Hi, everyone, and welcome to Darlington Raceway, site of tonight's second full length feature event here. You see practice going along on your screen here, or qualifying, excuse me. I'm here joined in the booth by my good friend Zach. We should be in for quite a show here tonight.
Oh, definitely 500 miles to Darlington. Got some of these throwback schemes out here, just like they do in real life at Darlington. One of the crown jewel events here in Elite. It should be a great show tonight.
We were talking. I think. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention who I was talking to, but I believe it was you. You came to this race here, uh, this year, or you came to this racetrack.
Yep, believe it or not, first time I had been to Darlington was this spring in real life. And man, what an enjoyable experience it is to come here. It's like jumping into a time capsule, man. And the racing, incredible, obvious, just the exciting finish we saw with the spring race at Darlington this year, and hopefully we'll see some of that in the virtual world tonight.
Yeah, William Byron getting it done after he was so adamant about trying to get that win there, and I think after last year's punt and sub from Logano, he deserved that win. Taking a look at the qualifying order, it looks like Tate Lytle and Chad Frankenfield are gonna be on the front row. The top at least 30 cars only separated by less than half a second.
There's Tyler Fody jumping up to third on the scoring pylon.
And Trey Holmes.
We see Tyler Fody on the screen now.
Were you able to watch the race last week?
The elite race?
Yeah. If not, it's okay.
It's terrible to say this. I'm having a hard time. I'm pretty sure I helped call it, but I can't remember.
Nick Indelicato?
Yes, that was a thing that happened. Yes. Yeah,
Won the
I remember
race
that.
there.
Yes.
His
first win in the Elite Cup Series. Yes. I remember this now.
Okay.
It's been a long week.
Did you help call?
I did.
Oh my God, I forgot.
I'm telling you, man, you had me doubting myself. I was like, did I go to the baseball game Tuesday night or Wednesday night? I was pretty sure it was Tuesday night. Wait a second.
My bad.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right. Qualifying results are up, and Zach, I'll have you take it through the field.
Sure thing. Got Tate Lytle on the pole. Garrison Hogan to his outside. Row 2, Scott Crump and Chad Frankenfield. I'm not going to be a Gerald and stirred a pot there, but that is row 2. Matthew Weeks, Tyler Fody on row 3. Wyatt Knadel, Braxton DeWeese. Row 4. Rounding out the top 10, Ethan Stanley and Nick Massey. Row 6, Chris Wright and Trey Holmes. We move on to row 7, Ethan Burrell, and you're good, Dylan Thomas, Jonathan Cutlip, Josh Robin in row 6, David Tooker, Johnny Thomas in row 9, Dustin Dewar and Tim Robb. Row 10, starting 21st, Jordan Owens, Justin Fortner 22nd, R.C. Enerson 23rd, a little bit surprising to see him mid-pack here, Jeremy Miller in qualified 24th. 25th, Ryan Schold, Jeff Green 26th, Seth Rawls 27th, Jesse Racimas 28th, Justin Vanderbarl 29th, Jacob Adams, a little bit of a change there into one car. Normally we see Josh Adams in that car. It's Jacob Adams tonight. He's starting 30th. Joshua Personette 31st, Andrew Rucker 32nd, Hunter Smith 33rd, David Carpenter 34th, Justin Wadsworth, 35th. Casey Hatch, 36th. And then rounding out the field, you've got Harrison Talon, 37th. Kendall Player in 38th. Michael Goodman, 39th. Rory Collins in 40th. Kyle Hanshaw, 41st. Robert Hill, 42nd. And here's where I'm good. Let's see here. I believe. Actually, I'm not sure. Let me check real quick. I don't want to get this wrong. Oh, Rory Collins is showing on track. We might be starting all 45 here. It looks like we are starting all 45. I'm sorry. So Nick and Delicato, 43rd. Gerald Campbell, 44th. Joshua Clark, 45th.
It is going to be one hell of a night here. And you see that wall there. We talk about the Darlington strike when it comes to Darlington. You can see just how close they are even under the pace laps.
To get all the speed out of this track, you have to be willing to run right up against that wall, but also all it takes is one misstep and you're in it, and that's when you have to be really careful.
Does not, you can it can grab a hold of you. It might not take it, but Tate Lytle in an awesome throwback paint scheme there, about to get this second longest night underway here. Green flag in the air. Barry has a flag in hand, and we're off and racing into turn number 1.
Tate Lytle out in front. Garrison Hogan slots into second in that purple number 22 as they come off turn 2 for the first time. Looks like obviously early in a 500-mile race, a lot of these guys are going to try to get single file, get sorted out. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't throw away your race on lap 1 here. They're going to try to cut each other a little bit of slack and get sorted out here and get into the meat of this race, hopefully.
You can't win the race on lap 1, but you can sure as heck lose it.
That's exactly right. And that's, you don't want to get all this time preparing, especially with all these beautiful throwback schemes we have here tonight. And I'm sure we'll get to talk about more of those throughout the night. You don't want to spend all that time and energy preparing for this race and then be done 5 laps in.
Yes. Tate Lytle try. Oh, we got a car turned into the outside or inside wall. Doesn't look like it'll trigger a yellow, but heavy damage. And who was that? Is that Wyatt Knagle?
Yes.
Oh, that is a bummer. A lot of front end damage.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the left front is. I'm pretty sure that's is that left front even turning? No, that's heavily damaged. That's got to be lengthy repairs as they have to replace the toe link on that car. What a tough break for Wyatt Knagle,
who had started, I believe, inside the top 10. Let's take a look at the replay here. Oh, that's just after it, but he
yeah, like you say, Wyatt had qualified 7th. We'll see what happens here.
Oh, just loose. Oh, that is an extremely hard hit.
So now
we'll try to.
There we go.
There we go.
Back to the live racing, and we see Chad Frankenfield is now in front in that Davey Allison throwback.
Oh, wow. Yes, he was able to get by both Garrison Hogan and Tate Lytle.
And now Tyler Fody up to second around Tate Lytle.
Hogan has actually fallen back to 6th place. That's a pretty sweet throwback that Chad is running.
Yeah,
Allison.
Always love to see that Davey Allison. Ooh, I believe that Scott Crump got a little squirrely there out of turn 4, but he's able to hang on to it. Side by side with Tate Lytle, that's a battle for 3rd.
working lap 7, 300 to, and 60 to go.
And that's trust me, that's the last thing you want to hear or see when you're in the car. Like, you get a chance to look at the lap count in a race like this, and you see you've only done 15 laps. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be here forever.
How physically demanding is this racetrack, even on a sim?
You know, it depends a lot on the setup, honestly. For most people, it's not so much the physical demand as the mental, because this track requires so much focus. Oh, Johnny Thomas on pit road here. Oh no, that's terrible.
What is a meatball flag?
So a meatball flag is it's a black. Visually, it's a black flag with a red or orange circle in the middle of it, and iRacing displays that when your car has some kind of mechanical issue that requires you to report to pit road. And 99 times out of 100, that means you have heavy damage, whether it's a broken toe link or whatever. But not sure what happened to Johnny for him to run into that issue, but obviously he hit something hard enough that iRacing demanded he come to pit road.
Working on the replay.
Ooh. See, we can get that replay for you and figure out what happened to the 91 here. But as you were saying before we saw that,
I got a replay.
this track not physically demanding.
All right, look at the top half of the screen.
So we're looking at the top half of the screen. We've got the 3-wide TV multicam here. And we're going to see Johnny Thomas.
Coming out of turn 2.
Yeah, just pushed up the hill.
16.
Yep, just ran out of room coming out of the corner there. And obviously that impact is where, and you can see there, he's still trying to get control of the car, and he just can't get off the wall because obviously the right front is broken at that point. What a terrible break.
Yeah, I don't even think he makes it onto pit road that time by, so he lost a ton of
But yeah,
time.
to go back to your question.
Yeah.
It can be physically demanding if you're somebody with a heavy, like a higher duty setup, like a motion rig, or one of these direct drive wheels with really high force feedback. Like, you can make it more of a challenge on yourself. But even if you have a more basic setup, just the mental drain is what gets you in a race like this. Because I mean, you just saw how quickly it can happen. You just wash up into the wall a little bit, or anything like that, and it ruins your whole night.
Well, we are working lap 13 or 14, excuse me, of 367 of the Southern 500. We'll take this chance to take a quick break early.
Actually, we have somebody in the infield care center. I don't know, Zach, if you want to interview Johnny Thomas.
Yeah. Johnny Thomas here in the booth with us. Saw early into your night, unfortunately. Johnny, walk us through what happened from your perspective.
Yeah, Zach, I don't know what happened. Well, I do know what happened. The dude ran out of talent. Complete uncalled for on lap, what was it, 7? I just run up the hill. You know after all the laps you do here that you cannot try to pass, especially in the middle of the turn going into out of turn 2. You're just going to run up the hill. On the outside, there's no grip up there too, so you're along for the ride. I was going to hit the wall, wasn't going to slam it, but he ended up coming into me. I don't know who that dude is, but he's a complete bum. This is so ridiculous. 367 laps, and it's Darlington. I mean, race the racetrack for 80% of the race. It's completely ridiculous, and I'm so fed up with this.
I know, especially at this track. I've been in that situation before and know exactly how frustrating that can be, Johnny. I mean, you put all the time in knowing it's got to be a long race, and the throwback schemes we see on a night like tonight. before we let you go, who do you have to thank for getting you out here tonight?
Yeah, Chairgate, and I had this sweet, awesome paint scheme made. Dakota over at Chairgate, and big Kevin Harvick fan, and wanted to do it justice and kind of have like a little bit of a Chairgate and / Kevin Harvick throwback paint scheme. But we got 5 minutes of damage left. I'm gonna get it fixed out, and it's not gonna be the last that you see of the '91 orange car. So we'll be back. Just wait. Give us about another 30 minutes.
I love hearing that. Get every lap and every point you can get. Absolutely.
You
Well, we
never
hope to
know
see you
when
out
it
there,
could
Johnny.
come in
Thank you.
handy. So Johnny Thomas there, down but not out. As we take a look at Chad Frankenfield trying to open up a lead on Telephony, and look at this couple of cars.
And to Johnny's point there, for people who may be familiar with, the real world NASCAR procedures, obviously in the Cup Series or in NASCAR, they have the damaged vehicle policy, and you only get a certain amount of time to repair a car after it's been involved in an accident like that. There's none of that here in iRacing, and really in Elite, the only rule is at the super speedways, and that's more out of safety than anything. You don't want a car going out there 15 laps down 20 miles per hour off the pace when the field's coming at it 3 wide. But for a race like this, Johnny, if he loses 50 laps here, but he still gets back out there, that's 300 laps he could log and pass anybody else who has an issue the rest of the night. So when you're battling for these points all season long, it's important to as painful as it may be, to suffer through a 30-minute repair and get back out there and turn as many laps as you can.
And what did he say the damage was on his car?
He said he'd be in the pits for another 30 minutes, so that's a
I said 5
ton.
minutes.
I thought I heard 5 minutes too.
Maybe it's 30 minutes of optionals then. But
Oh yeah.
I was gonna say that
we'll find out here by how quickly he gets back on track.
Yeah.
But I do want to also take this moment as you're checking out the 3-wide TV multicam. We do have Carlos Acosta producing tonight. Dave Huckleberry, who normally produces going through a medical situation with his family.
And we certainly wish him the best.
Absolutely. Want to send our thoughts and prayers out to him and his family right now. That's why you're not seeing or hearing him tonight. But you do get, fortunately, Carlos here with 3-wide TV.
Oh, wreck in the back.
Trouble.
Trouble. Our first caution of the day, and it involves the 25 car backwards on the track. Take a look and see what happened here.
Seth Rawls, I think.
Seth Rawls. Oh. Sandwiches. Who was that? That Terry Labonte paint scheme.
You're running into the same problem I have. I normally recognize all these cars.
Yeah.
12.
Is that Zach Rogers?
I believe. No, Jordan Owens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yeah. Well, it looks like Seth might be able to drive away from this relatively unharmed.
Everyone pair road but Joshua Clark.
Well, and that's how fast it can happen.
Man, it really does. And it doesn't take much, right? Like, and it can be as simple as you go to pass the guy and you think he's going to give you the lane and he doesn't, or vice versa, and you end up in the wall. As we see the whole field on pit road, obviously 25 laps of green flag running. Race control had to go to school today. Oh, Mark, can you tell us more?
Yeah, so hi to all the parents out there. As everybody knows, When you go back to school, you have the back to school night where you meet all the teachers and whatever. So I got dragged through pre-K, kindergarten, and the first grade today. It was a lot of fun.
That doesn't sound fun at all.
We just got home. No, man, it's fun. Our kids are a blast. But I literally just got home and turned the thing on. Of course, I get home to turn the thing on. Fody, Frankenfield, Stanley, Weeks, and Crump, the top 5. That sounds about right. How's it been tonight, gents? Bring me up to speed.
Well, it sounds like they waited until you got here to crash. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've been doing great.
You should leave.
Well, I haven't even got in the session yet.
Okay. Well,
I want to point out, it seems Joshua Clark either missed pit road or decided to come in the second time around because he's in pit road now.
And get a point led. That's important.
Oh, that is important.
Because he was scored as the leader there.
So yeah, we look forward to your valuable input once you're actually able to see the racetrack, Mark Murphy. But fortunately, we've only had, well, I guess we did have the incident that did not bring out a caution with Johnny Thomas. But this is our, yeah. But the White Natal incident. But that was a solo deal. So far we haven't missed you too much, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you are not hearing from race control and I'm up here in the booth hamming it up with you guys, that's a good day at the beach. You do not want me typing messages that appear on your screen for sure. Chad is texting me under yellow, so
I never like hearing stuff like that. What cracks me up are the people who can like send you entire like paragraphs in a private message on iRacing while they're pacing. Like, I can barely figure out how to private message someone on iRacing while I'm in the car.
You know, it's funny you mention that. Our good friend Robert Malechka from the open wheel scene is amazing at that. Rob will send entire books while you're under yellow, and you're going, man, you know, I can barely turn the steering wheel on and keep the car straight, and he's, you know, under caution in Indianapolis typing, you know, long messages. I don't know how he does it. He must have one of those, I don't know if he's got like a text to talk feature or a talk to text thing,
Yeah.
or if he's got one of those
Race
little
car's
keyboards he can do with just
As,
one hand. Yeah.
We get the pace car off, our first restart of the night here. Lap 27 now, lap 28, as Chad Frankenfield is behind Ethan Stanley and Tyler Feldy underway once again.
Got the teammates out 1 and 2 out front. Oh, hang on to it, Scott. He did. He listened to me.
Wow.
We're good.
That was close.
I think you're going to see a lot of that, especially on cold tires tonight. The exit of turn 2 can be really tricky. Pretty much any car on the service here. Turn 2.
We didn't see what is the tire window and the fuel window here.
So based on my conversations with a familiar voice to other nights here on the Elite Racing Network, Robert Hill, he said that the rear tire wear is a little bit surprising compared to what we normally see in the next gen car, but fortunately, as we just saw with the race info there, 11 sets of tires, they should have plenty to get through even a full distance race like this.
Okay.
And then we do have the 2 stages. Cautions won't be thrown at those stages, but with it being a full distance race, points are awarded to the top 10 at those points in the race. Oh my gosh, I love that camera. So that's kind of to set the stage here for the full distance 5th annual Decor Depot 500. If I get through this entire race without getting my tongue twisted on Decor Depot, I'm gonna give myself a raise.
Is that what it's called? The Decor? Because I was just calling it the Southern 500.
Yes, we do have Decor Depot, purveyors of fine vintage goods on Etsy since 2019, based in the foothills of the Pocono Mountains. I almost messed up Pocono. Sponsoring tonight's Southern 500, and we thank them for that. And of course, as always, thank you to Join APS for sponsoring the Cup Series here in Elite. They offer a complete solution for all types of businesses that need to process credit card related transactions. Their industry specific solutions provide the best options for your business model. They have experienced client service representatives who understand what your processing needs are. Just a couple of our sponsors here tonight. We'll be sure to give all of them some love. We have like 3 hours to do it. So as we're checking out Ethan Stanley, that's a very colorful helmet.
Yes, it is. Do the guys get to paint their helmets as well as the race car?
You can design your own helmet and fire suit in iRacing. Some people, I mean, obviously, a lot of people probably just go with an old reliable they find on trading paints because they're frankly a lot more challenging to design and make it look good because it's such especially the fire suit, it's just really awkward to design compared to a race car. But some people get creative and come up with their own designs. Some people frankly terrify me, like a lot of times our good friend Ray Bracey, Bojo, that we see on Monday or Tuesday nights here in Elite, or I guess Sunday or Tuesday night. He has a cat named Pushkin, and he likes to incorporate Pushkin into all of his cars and also his helmet. So you just have this cat face looking at you. It's weird.
Alrighty, well, taking a look mid-pack there.
How about that Jerry Nadeau throwback for Braxton DeWeese we see on screen running?
That's 10th. The name I haven't heard. Jerry Nadeau was part of my original Cup Series roster when I first started watching back in 2001.
That's one of those that when you're talking to a younger and newer NASCAR fan, it's always fun to tell them, did you know Dan Marino was a co-owner of a NASCAR team? Yes, that Dan Marino. This car.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I did not.
Yep, absolutely. It was a joint deal with Bill Elliott.
Oh,
yeah,
contact.
So that was a sister.
No.
Oh, no.
Oh,
not
Braxton DeWeese hangs on. Wow. Maybe a little bit of it's time to go.
Whoa.
But YouTube land here. Let's see if we can get a replay of that.
Took me a little bit, but I'll get on it.
I was gonna say, let's get Braxton DeWeese a ham sandwich and a cold beer. That was as fine a save as you gentlemen are ever gonna see. And
I
Alex,
don't know if he's old enough for a cold beer.
Man, I tell you what, he aged enough to be if he ain't just right there.
Yeah.
All right, I got a
You
replay
only
here.
lost 2 spots there too.
So top
Taking
half
a
of the
look.
3-wide multicam for our replay here is we're gonna see oh man,
The 57, yeah. That's about as loose you can. You said you sat in turn 4 watching this year's, I believe it was the Goodyear 400, right?
yes.
So did you see the Martin Truex Jr. go around on the last lap of the stage?
I had a great view of that,
Oh.
as well as Ricky Stenhouse realizing he had a flat tire on the backstretch and
Yeah.
backing it into turn 3.
Yeah. I just remember being in awe.
Let's see, we're looking at Jesse Racimas, and is that Ethan behind him?
Andrew Rucker.
Oh,
Andrew
Carter
Rucker.
Wall there, turn 2. In the back of his pack, I don't know who that was, but yeah.
Looks like
That
Rucker's
turn
gonna
2
try to
and
make
turn
the move
4
here.
is gonna be the calamity corner here tonight.
Turn 2 is always so treacherous. Of course, you know, everybody I won't say everybody. That's bold to assume. Lots of people have watched the movie Days of Thunder, and you hear in that movie, treacherous turn 4, and well, back then, what is now the front stretch at Darlington was the back stretch. So what was treacherous turn 4 in Days of Thunder is now turn 2, and it's no less treacherous than it was in 1990.
Even repaved. This track got a repave here recently. You see Ethan Stanley, Watkins win winner a couple of weeks ago, right on the back bumper of Talifoli, who won the last full-length race, the Daytona 500.
It would be really impressive if Tyler Fode could put together another one of these full distance crown jewel wins. Right now, obviously, Ethan Stanley staying very close behind him in that Blue Egg machine.
It is only lap 44, but yeah, that 92 is looking like it wants to go.
He's definitely looking to the inside, and this is where it helps to have a teammate in this situation, right? Because mentioned earlier, it's very easy, especially if you try to make the pass, say, going into turn 2, or turn 1, rather. You think somebody's got to give you the spot, and they're not.
Replay.
Oh, we've got a replay coming up here. We're looking at a car on pit road.
Oh.
Uh-oh. That's a hard hit on the inside wall there.
Who is that? Is that Nick and
Jeremy
Delicato? Oh,
Jeremy Millerin.
Millerin, excuse me.
Yeah, that's a pretty hard slap against the inside wall there.
Too much beans again.
As we'll go back to the live action here.
But you can see he's on pit road. I like the smiley face that we have on the screen.
Carlos loves to play with the telestrator.
Sure do. I went crazy the first week I used it.
All right, well.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Here's the move for the lead. Ethan Stanley's gonna have it.
Away from Talifoli, yes.
You know, and I don't know about y'all, but it's really odd for me to watch one of these races and not see Odie in the Blue Egg scheme. Him and Ethan switched for this year. Similar looking cars, right? Different colors, but it's odd to me to see Fode not in the Blue Egg scheme. And I don't know if you've talked about this, Chad Frankenfield and the Davey Allison, Juan Montoya, Texaco Star throwback, looking pretty doggone good there in third place too. Really liking that deal. That brings me back to Davey Allison, one of my favorite drivers.
Yeah.
You know, many modern fans will associate that with maybe Ricky Rudd or Juan Montoya, but for me, that screams Davey Allison. That's cool as heck.
Yeah, I know from Chad's social media accounts, he mentioned Davey Allison specifically with this scheme, so that was definitely the inspiration he was going for. Yeah, definitely one of the greats, a Daytona 500 winner, a Coca-Cola 600 winner.
Came to Darlington. Well, he came to Darlington in '92, was it, with a chance to win the Winston Million, if I remember correct.
Right. He had won at Daytona and I believe Talladega.
Yep. He came here with a chance to win a Winston Million. The Winston Million, for those of you who don't know, or maybe newer NASCAR fans out there, was a program created by R.J. Reynolds, where if a driver was to win 3 of the 4 Crown Jewel races in a year, it would receive $1 million bonus. The 4 Crown Jewel races were the Daytona 500, which was the richest, the Winston 500 at Talladega, which is the fastest, Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte, which is the longest, and and the Southern 500 at Darlington, which was the oldest. Those are considered the 4 NASCAR Crown Jewels. The Winston Million, when it was created, was considered to be impossible to win. It had never been done, and very few people had ever done it for a career. Bill Elliott goes out in the Coors Thunderbird, if any of you remember that.
Oh, I
don't know.
remember. What was it, 1989 and 1990?
It was 85 when Elliott won it the first time in the Coors Melling Thunderbird, and I'm surprised, being a throwback, that nobody has put that on their car. But Bill Elliott won it the first time. RJ Reynolds had not budgeted the money. They didn't buy an insurance policy and didn't budget the money for it. They considered it to be that impossible. Elliott won it the first time out, and it was never claimed again until the last time it was offered. Jeff Gordon took home the Winston Million. And then they went to the No Bowl 5 after to celebrate the fact that with the addition of the Brickyard 400, there were now 5 Crown Jewels.
Yeah.
Did you still do it 3 of the 5 or 4 of the 5?
So when it was the No Bowl 5, that if any of the top 5 finishers in the previous Crown Jewel won, they got the million. So it was a little easier to win. Ooh, we got a crash 18 hard in the wall.
Oh, yes, we do. Joshua, Personette, the caution flag has not come out.
It's out.
Now it is. Our second caution flag of the night. Joshua Personette hard into the inside wall. Looks like he got that famed Darlington stripe, and then did he have some help? No, he just lost it after that.
Maybe the axle broke.
Could be that, or maybe he was just had so much wheel in it trying to get off the wall that it snapped on him on exit. Either one possible. Let's see.
He didn't have any help.
Wait,
no, definitely. Yeah.
And that was a self-spin, so I imagine a tally on him. Pit road is open and they're all in.
While these guys are getting pit stops right now, take a quick moment to thank one of our premier partners here at Elite and in the Elite Racing Network, TA Services. For over 36 years, TA Services has been a trusted domestic and international full-service third-party logistics provider, offering freight brokerage, managed transportation, warehousing, and fulfillment, and cross-border logistics services to shippers around the globe. TA Services moves what matters to you. Let the TA Services team make ship happen for you.
You nailed it.
We'll be back for the restart. You're watching the Decor Depot Southern 500 live on ERN.
And talk first.
All right, pace car off. Our second restart of the night. Oh, a little bit of blinking in that fourth row.
Dylan.
Tyler Fody gets him back under the green flag. We're once again underway here at Darlington.
Oh, I heard.
Oh, car
Yeah.
on the wall there, and our third caution flag is out.
I thought I heard some tire smoke, but I couldn't see it, so I was wondering if I was the one going insane.
No. You're what do you call it? Tingling sensation was right.
Ooh, neck cone.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. That's Jacob Adams into one car tonight.
not Josh Adams. So we're quickly under caution here.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, he's doing all he can to give the 10 car a little bit of room there, and like you say, just that net code sends him around. Nothing Nick and Delicato did wrong there in the 10 car with Talking Giants on board.
Last week's winner, first time. Yeah, a little bit of net code there.
Most of the guys
else,
did a pretty good job of getting
around,
around that. We did see one car get in there late,
I
but
think it was Josh Robin, perhaps.
as we see Jacob Adams coming down pit road, it looked like Seth Rawls was behind him as well. Cause of the caution is the 10 into the 1. 10 receives his first tally, according to race control.
I believe this will be a quickie yellow. But nonetheless, we'll be back for the restart here momentarily. All right, welcome back. We are just cleaning up our third caution flag of the night. Tyler Fody and Ethan Stanley both trying to get their second wins of the season. Green flag back in the air. We're once again racing. Will they be able to make it through turn one?
Front 8 cars or so able to break away. Speaking of, we see R.C. Enerson up to 8th on the scoring pylon. He's made his way forward from about mid-pack qualifying effort.
Real life racer doing a darn good piece of driving here. Buddy, didn't you say that you love this camera view?
I do love this camera, seeing how close these guys get right up against the wall on the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, really good sense. Oh,
Yeah, and guys, that is the original meaning of the Darlington stripe. So, have you guys talked about that?
Just a little bit, but go ahead. I mean, we have a 500-mile race, so.
Yeah. So this is an interesting piece of history about this track. Back in the day, in the 50s and 60s, when it was built, 50s, 60s, when it was built, the outer track wall was a guardrail, and so the fast way around was to ride with your right sides on the wall. And of course, those guardrails had the corrugated, they were corrugated steel and iron, and they would leave a neat stripe along the right side of your car. So that's the meaning of the Darlington stripe. That actually meant you were going fast.
As we see, let me just jump in real quick here. It looks like Tyler Fody's going to move in front of Ethan Stanley for the lead.
Yeah, you would see that. You would see that on the guys that were going fast. Now, today it means something quite different. But the fast lane remains all the way up around the top. You'll see these guys get right up there. You see the cars there right up there at the apex. You pull it down, and you want to kind of tick it when you come off. The book Stroker Ace actually describes that as kind of like a carom shot in billiards, where you just want to kind of get up there right next to it, almost like you tap it, and then gun it down toward the bottom of the speedway. That is the fast way around that corner, and you're going to see guys do that. Fortunately, if you misjudge it a little bit, now you collect yourself a Darlington stripe. With these cars and how fragile the toe links can be, some of that incidental contact with a wall that may not have caused damage in the past might send some guys to pit lane for some extensive repairs. So that is something to watch for later on as we go.
We've seen that already, Wyatt Canado being one of them. And, before that crash, I'm glad I didn't say anything for fear of jinxing him, but I know he had high hopes of running this race well, and he does well at Darlington, if memory serves.
Darlington's definitely one of those tracks that everybody either loves it here or they hate it here. You never hear anybody that's apathetic about racing at Darlington. Either you love how on the edge you are and having to run right up against the wall and like Mark was describing, cutting it down to the bottom exiting turn 2, or you can't stand it, you're bouncing off the wall every 10 laps, you can't figure the place out, you feel like you're always in somebody's way, and you just want this one to be over. There's no middle ground.
And there can be different days like that. There days of racing where you feel like you are in the lead.
Oh, the first time I raced here in Elite in the Grand National Series, that was me. I was one of the people that was like, I hate this track, I never want to come back here. Scott Crump almost put me in, Florence, South Carolina at one point, because I was in the way. It wasn't his fault. I was just in the way. And then, I came here enough times in the sim and eventually kind of figured the place out. And I've had some good runs here. Finished 6th, actually, in this race in the 2021B season. I wasn't necessarily fast, but I was able to keep my nose clean and get a good finish out of it.
Yeah.
And you know, so it's one of those places that I've grown to love it. But at the start, I was about like Kyle Petty in 1995 when he said he wished they would just fill the place up with water and put on catch tournaments.
And didn't he also say that no one would catch a fish?
He did say that. He did say nobody would catch a fish if they turned it into a bass fishing pond.
Which is ironic given the reason Darlington is shaped the way it is because the narrow end of the track was built in such a way as to avoid the landowner's favorite fishing pond.
Yes. That is a story I do love. Go ahead and dive more into that there, Mark.
Okay, so this track, the Speedway was originally built in the 50s. The land of a gentleman named Howard Brasington, I believe his name was. And he had sold the land to the people to build the racetrack. He had a sneak in it, of course. But he had said that he did not. There were certain stipulations that had to be adhered to in order for the track to be built. One of those things was that they could not disturb his favorite minnow pond, which was just outside of what is now turn 2. And so that's the reason that part of the speedway is more narrow. The fishing pond, of course, is now gone. Legendary shape of Darlington Raceway remains the same. But as they come off of turn 2, right where, as they come off of turn 2, and you'll see it here in just a minute, they're going to go down in there. You know, if we're watching right about there, and you can see it.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, you can see it up there. There was a fishing pond there, and Mr. Brasington said they couldn't disturb his minnow pond, and so that's the reason you have the narrow and the big ends of the egg.
Look at Carlos putting in the work.
That was
putting in the work. I do want to point out a couple of oh, never mind. Let's look at this side-by-side racing. That's way more important than what I was going to say.
Yeah, this gaggle of cars. What?
Oh no!
Guard the wall, Jesse Rasmus turned around in front of half the field.
No caution, no caution.
No caution yet.
So yeah, we'll stay green.
Now it is.
Oh, now the caution comes out.
Is that an admin thrown caution?
It is. Which I agree. It's a definitely merited caution.
Oh, that's Nedd.
Jesse Racimus around, collects Justin Vandermarl, collects Justin Fortner.
That was a big enough crash that I think definitely deserved the yellow flag.
Jeremy, Justin, and Jesse all got meatball flags.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, like you say.
That was that seemed to be net code there. That was about a foot. And what position was that for? Do we know?
So Scott Crump is currently showing in 13th.
So maybe just inside the top 15 there. Oh, Justin Vandermeer has nowhere to go in that green 21 car.
And right there, he would have thought he had it missed, right? And then just suddenly that 70 car, nothing he did wrong, you know, but the car just cuts left and the door closed. So that four cautions so
Not
far
bad,
for
though.
81 laps. I want to jinx it. I want to jinx it, but we've had worse. We've had worse this week. while
So
we're under
cleaning up our
caution.
fourth caution, maybe we'll get a sponsor read and
That's
we'll
that's
be
what I had
back.
in mind. Yeah.
We'll be back for the restart afterward.
Step away. Want to think? Hey, it's perfect. I was gonna do this read. Oh, Carlos changed the camera on me. Thanks. Blue Egg Marketing. Blue Egg, the marketing department for small businesses. Blue Egg Marketing helps businesses punch above their weight class. They're one of the premier partners here in Elite, and as you can see, a sponsor for Ethan Stanley in that number 92. So thank you, Blue Egg Marketing. Carlos even drew an egg for you.
All right, I'm bringing it back
What
from
a
the break.
jerk,
No, we're back. We're back hot. Tate Lytle is calling me out, saying we missed it. By the way, Tate, you were wrong. It was not on lap 4. It's lap 7. And you want to know how I know? Because I found the replay.
You never dare Carlos into saying you missed his accident. Or I messed up the grammar on that. But here we go. Here's the replay. Scott Krupp, Tate Lytle, battling.
So it should be somewhere around here because then the next info I see is Tate Lytle getting passed by everybody.
Don't see it yet.
Yeah, actually, I don't see it. Tate, what are you on about? When did you get dumped on that 4? I'll pull up your lap 4 here, Tate.
Well, let's go back to the real live.
Oh, we're going back live?
Yeah.
We'll bring it up later. Yeah, I see no dumpage either.
Green flag back out. Ethan Stanley got the field rolling again, and he takes command. Tyler Fody, though, hanging on in that second spot, and look who's moved into third. Matthew Weeks, last year's champion, having a good run.
This is definitely one of those races where it's a cliche, but the cream rises to the top, right? It takes so much skill, so much ability to get around this racetrack that the guys that are winners and champions here in Elite, you know they're going to find their way to the front at some point during this race.
Yeah. cream definitely rises to the top here, although it's still early in this track. Will
Caution. From
This track will go through a change.
There is Scott Crump.
Uh-oh. Was there some retaliation? This time we will see.
No. Oh. So kind of two separate deals. I'm not sure if he saw the car getting loose in front of him, but it looked like Scott also just kind of stepped out there.
Reacted, yeah.
Not sure if there was contact with the 15 or not from behind, but definitely out of shape coming out of turn 2 for Scott Crump there. Dustin Dewar coming to pit road. A couple of other cars. I believe I saw Gerald Campbell on pit road, Michael Goodman on pit road.
Only 3 cars out of this race here so far.
You know, that's we're doing pretty good so far in that regard. I'm not sure how that compares necessarily to the 2022 B edition of this race. I can pull that up real quick, but overall, I think you have to be pretty happy with how this race has gone so far. Let's see, we're on lap 89 now. There were 4 cars who did not complete the first 89 laps in last year's Southern 500 here in Elite. So
yeah. Well, we'll be back for the restart and save our voice. You're watching the Southern 500 live on ERN.
Pace car is off here at Darlington, getting ready to go back underway for the Decor Depot Southern 500 here in the Elite Join APS.com Cup Series.
Oh my, I just missed it.
Having a bit of issues with the graphics, so I'll put up the backup ticker for right now.
Oh, you gotta love a backup ticker.
Always good to have redundancy, but you know what else is good? When I get called out and it's the wrong lap information, but I did find the correct. I found what happened with Tyler with the Tate Lytle. Let me quickly pull up the replay, and then we'll go back to the green flag action.
Uh-huh.
The Tate Lytle Carlos Acosta feud continues as we see what happened between Lytle and Scott Crump here on the replay from the
Just
Mark
battling
Arblas
for
replay
second
machine.
place.
Oh wow.
It's an absolute shock to see the 90 involved.
Wow. He does a pretty. Obviously they both get into the wall there, but Tate did a pretty good job of
Hanging on.
hanging on.
And I would say after the latest crash, that he's off better.
I got the graphics working again.
Oh,
Hooray!
lastly- Oh, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, it was just the graphic loading back up. We're good.
Yeah, and judging from that lick there, we mentioned the toe link thing. As long as you don't break a toe link, these cars are really durable. So they can take a lick like that, and it's not going to hurt it.
Do not call me out. Okay, noted.
You should talk to Johnny Eckert if you want a master class on trying to call me out, and then failing horribly.
While we're running single file for a little bit, we do see it on the screen here looking at that blue car of Nick Massey and that orange car of Chris Wright. A couple of my favorite throwbacks for entirely different. Chris Wright, we got the Tabasco fiasco going on here. The old throwback to the 35 car that let's just say had a checkered run during its time in the Cup Series.
Spicy.
Chris Wright faring much better in it than it fared in real life.
All right, and what was your second car you wanted?
Oh, well, we had the Nick Massey there in the 48 with the SpongeBob car. Casey Mears
yeah.
throwback.
I went to the SpongeBob SquarePants 400 at Kansas. And Jimmy Johnson ended up winning.
Oh!
Got a car hard into the inside wall there. Was that Chad Frankenfield?
Yep.
He's back underway.
He's back underway there, but
I don't know if he was able to keep it off the wall or it
if
just
he
didn't.
had help.
I'm gonna try to get a replay working for you guys. Just give me a moment.
Dylan Thomas going to try and get by Chad Frankenfield here, but Chad's going to get the run off the corner maybe.
And Chad, who had a good qualifying run.
And I'm afraid we may have just missed an incident here.
Oh, did we? Oh, yeah, we did. Caution is out.
And I'm afraid it was actually what we were looking at, because there you see Chad Frankenfield and
was it
Dylan
for
Thomas
Chad?
on the apron here. How unfortunate.
I was already queued up and everything.
We were there.
We
All
were
we
there.
had to do was we were there. We just went to the replay too early.
Let's take a look and see what happened here to bring out our
Oh,
sixth
no.
customer.
No. Something else
No?
happened, guys. Something
Okay,
else happened.
all right.
I have to do some technological shenanigans.
Work your magic, Carlos. I'll sit here and say words.
Okay, here we go.
Reaching to the 100 lap mark.
So this was already after Chad had that issue. There was a blinking
Correct.
car, and
Oh,
Yep. So Dylan just misjudged it there. It looks
but
like it.
also he was blinking.
Right, which could have definitely played a factor in the judgment. If Chad's car is appearing on his end in even just a slightly different spot, right? If he gets the spotter telling him he's clear, because on his screen he is clear, well, that happens. Net code. Blink into the 15, the call from race control, which pretty much lines up with what we were seeing here on the broadcast, unfortunately.
Guys, let's put those cameras back in again, angle it out, because I have another angle of that first incident.
I love all these, what do you call it? These memes that you put in place.
Well, whatever I've done, I appear to have broken it because it won't turn off. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Shaq,
Oh
wait, please.
no!
This is now inside the NBA.
Live on ERN.
Shaq, please go away. Thank you.
All right.
Is it working? Okay, it's working now. Here's what happened in the second incident.
Here we go. Yep, just got loose off of the corner. He did keep it off the wall.
He did not hit the wall.
All right. So I'd say good on you, Chad. And then he got hit. Or Nedd coded.
Then he had to spit it, yeah.
Okay, let me see if Shaq works again. All right, Shaq, can you go away? Perfect. All right, it's working now. Not sure what happened.
All right. Brent Jones in YouTube chat saying
I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna use the
it.
restroom while we're under cost.
Brent Jones is telling me to let Shaq sell his Icy Hot, and you know what, Brent, I'm right. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. He should sell his Icy Hot. Goody's not here to do the Icy Hot thing that he always does, but when the heat is on, the pain is gone.
Speaking of Goody, can we talk about Goody throwing back to himself tonight?
Where is that man?
Let's find out.
I guess we had time to.
Is he on track? Uh-oh. He's showing in position 27 for me.
Oh, I am blind as a bat. There we go.
Yep, so apparently this was his design in, I believe it was 2020B, 2020. Well, when he first joined Elite, this was his car, so he threw back to himself for tonight. Good looking race car. I don't know, like it's one thing if Jeff Green. Look, it's one thing if Jeff Green throws back to himself, right? I don't know if love you, Goody. I don't know if 3 years ago in iRacing meets the statute of limitations for a throwback, but it's well done. I can't complain about the car. Goody's got, and Goody can't even get me back tomorrow night in Osaka because I'm not gonna be racing. So, you know, he says all those nice things about my Dick Trickle throwback, and here I am slandering him. But you know what? I'm not throwing back to myself, so it's fine.
Who's driving your car tomorrow?
I believe Kyle Carlson is driving the 6 car tomorrow night in Osaka.
Pace car's about to be off. And
so we're going to be back underway here on lap 104 here at Darlington. Ethan Stanley, Tyler Fode, they've been up front a lot tonight. They're still there. They're going to be leading the field to green here as they go through the Geico restart zone. Garrison Hogan in 3rd, Matthew Weeks 4th, R.C. Enerson up to 5th. Or at least trying to get that 5th spot from Chris Wright. Just does get in front of him there as they come off turn 2.
And remember, stage 1 ends on lap 115. No cautions will be thrown, but the top 10 in positions get bonus points, I believe, as one car's going around. What a save!
What a save. Is that Josh Robin? Yes, in the 8 car. Oh, but now we got the 54 in the wall. And that might bring out a caution. He's pretty much stopped against that outside wall. Yeah.
Oh, and they're wrecking again! This is after the caution's out.
What world here? What happened here?
Guys, I'm only a man. I can't show all these replays at the same time. Let's show the accident after the caution. Oh, I forgot I had that set. I apologize. But Shaq, do your job.
Do the thing, Shaq. So that's Hunter Smith against the outside wall in the 54. We saw him trying to get his car gathered up, but it looks like it was pretty heavily damaged. Now we see the 57. Well, that was weird. It just cuts whatever happened. It turns right in front of Chad Frankenfield. I'm not sure if there was contact from the car behind or not, but it just hooks to the right, whatever did happen.
Yeah, so caution's out. By around this point, caution's out. No, that's weird.
I hope that's netcode. I really hope that's netcode.
That was kind of quick.
Tim Robb saying in the chat, my car just shot right, which yes, the video would concur with that assessment. If he didn't turn it right, then I guess maybe netcode. Here, there, something really weird happened.
I'm gonna try to see if I can pull up a different look, because my telemetry software only captured just enough of the incident. Like the last parts are...
I'm sorry. I gotta take my dog out. So.
Yeah,
that's all right.
We can handle it till you get back.
5 minutes. I will be back.
So under the 7th caution of the day here is Carlos queues up another replay, working lap 107 under caution.
Trying to see
Tim
just
Robb
what
in
happened.
57 car.
So there was incidents up ahead. Hunter Smith, what car is he driving again? Hunter Smith is the 54.
Hunter Smith is the black and blue 54, yes.
Okay, so there was something that... Oh yeah, that's right. The 8 machine had an issue.
Right, he got really loose off of turn 4 and makes just an incredible save, honestly, to not hit a single thing. That's what we're going to see here.
That's what we call in the business too much beans.
But he manages to gather it up, and then you see Hunter Smith have to make an invasive... Oh, so he does make that contact there. Now, I wonder if that broke the right front, because now it's just going to go hard right into the wall, and he never really got off the wall and came to a complete stop. That's what brought out the caution. And
no,
of course, all these guys
12 too.
Trying to get by. And then that's where we're going to see the 57 on corner exit. I have to think maybe right there. Maybe there was a little bit of net code with him in the 15.
I can see
that
being
what
like
upset it. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we got that figured out. Let's see what race controls things.
Paging Mark Murphy.
Well, he's probably writing a light novel as to what happened in the events. A couple maybe EOLs and tallies giving out tonight. But actually, I'm new to this league, coming in at the last second. As once we settle into green, Zach, if you can give me an explanation as to what tallies are.
I will be glad to do that, but first, like you say, we'll talk about this restart coming up here. Once again, Ethan Stanley in the 92, Tyler Fody in the 40 on the front row. Ethan lined up on the outside. Matthew Weeks, Garrison Hogan, Tate Lytle, R.C. Enerson, Chris Wright, Ethan Burrell, Jonathan Cutlip, Justin Wadsworth. Your top 10 at this point in the proceedings. You said that stage breaks at, or I shouldn't say break, the stage ends at lap 115, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Stage 1 ends at lap 115. Stage 2 ends at 2:30.
So there won't be, well, I won't say there won't be a caution, because then they'll find a way to wreck on lap 115. But there, if we are, as long as there is no incident, there will not be a caution thrown at the end of the stage.
Oh
no, we've got all kinds of issues on the restart here. It looks like they've managed to get all gathered back up, but Garrison Hogan clearly, tire spin or something, lost a ton of ground here as you see him well back in the field after that restart. Take a look here on the Mark Rebelos replay machine. Looking over Barney's shoulder in the flag stand to see what happened here. Oh yeah, wheel spinning and Tate Lytle once again getting a piece of that one. Just obviously nothing he could do, just he's trying to go for the restart, and then there's a car turning right across his nose. Oh! Was that Braxton DeWeese there on the inside? Looks like despite all the commotion, we're still under green here. And now we do have a caution. Let's see what brought out our 8th caution of the day here.
I don't appear to have any information as to what did bring out that caution. That might help. Rory Collins is low and stopped on the backstretch.
Rory Collins in the number 62. Let's see what pops up on the replay for him.
Oh,
Well, that's
sure what that was.
very. Yeah, I'm not sure what would have.
Also, do want to apologize. We appear to be having issues with our primary feed. Switching on over to backup feed for just a little bit while I try to troubleshoot just what the issue could be.
We see a lot of guys coming to pit road here. I wonder, I'd have to check in, this would be a Mark Murphy question as well. I know a lot of times if there's a caution like this before a stage lap, they'll go ahead and retroactively say lap 112 or whatever the lap may have been is the stage lap for the sake of the bonus points and allow these guys to pit under this caution rather than put them in a precarious position of staying out for stage points on old tires in a situation like this. We'll see if we can get some clarification on that and see if that was the case this time.
Mm-hmm. So reading on race controls verdict as to what happened with the previous caution, but I think we know kind of what happened in this caution here. But actually, now that we have a chance under caution, Zach, why don't you go ahead and tell me and the fellow viewers just what a tally is?
Sure. So different leagues have different, I guess, discipline systems, for lack of a better way to describe it. Here in Elite, what they have is the tally system. And basically, if you are deemed at fault for an incident, you are issued a tally. As far as in race, that doesn't have an immediate effect, but if you accumulate, a second tally, then you can be asked to park for the evening. At that point, you can say you are appealing one of those 2 tallies if you feel you were unjustly deemed at fault for the incident, and continue your race. But if the race review at the night's end determines you were at fault for both incidents, then you are dropped in the running order accordingly. And if you receive a 3rd tally by continuing on by virtue of saying you're appealing one of the first 2, then you are parked outright, do not pass go, do not collect $200. If you get down into the weeds of it, then there are further penalties for tally accumulation over the course of the season, such as points penalties. Ideally, you want to avoid that, but that's the gist of how the tally system works versus, say, an EOL system that you see in some leagues, where it gets really tricky, especially with an incident that you do appeal. Say you appeal it, it's successful. With the tally, it's easy enough to just erase that mark off the whiteboard. If you get handed an EOL and it wasn't your fault, they can't give you your track position back retroactively, right? So that's kind of the idea behind the tally system here in Elite.
Now, we did have that. We did have the EOL system for a while here, and if longtime viewers will remember, That nearly cost Tate Lytle his championship 2 seasons ago, where he was given an EOL for contact, avoidable contact under yellow, sent him to the back. It was later overturned. It wound up working out for Tate, but
Mark, while we've
that's why
got you
we get away
here,
with that.
I did want to ask, with the caution here falling during the lap we were expecting to be the stage break, how was that handled for the points?
Yes. Yeah, so basically it is, basically it's still the end of that lap, as Chad was explaining. So we're not going to move it. Whatever the top 10 was at the end of 112 remains the points.
10-4.
The whole deal on that last restart, by the way, where they stacked up, it's a Darlington stack up. That's racing. You know, looked like Fody spun up his tires a little bit. You know, car got in the back of him, and it was on. So
Back underway here at Darlington, the Decor Depot Southern 500. Big jump there for Ethan Stanley on this restart. Man, these cars, they're just, especially on these restarts, it's you can tell it's everything they can do to keep them in line coming out of turn 2. More guys getting out of shape here in turn 4, but staying pointed the right direction. Ryan Schold up to 3rd in that number 4 car. Scott Crump in 4th, Andrew Rucker in 5th. Seeing some different names there. I know a lot of guys pitted under that last caution, mixed up the lineup a little bit. Seeing some different strategies playing out as now Scott Crump and Andrew Rucker will try to get by the 4 car of Ryan Schold. There you see the pit strategy starting to play out. I mean, we're still shy of halfway here in the Southern 500, but you can kind of see you've got 11 sets of tires to work with. Some guys are still on tires from, gosh, about 60 laps ago. Admittedly, we've had a few more cautions this run, but some guys have opted to split that and get tires more recently. Going 60 laps like that on tires at Darlington would have been unheard of once upon a time. Looking in on some of this battling here as we see another car get out of shape on out of turn 4. Keep it off the wall. Was that Josh Robin again? It was. Look at this battling. Trey Holmes there. He's going to get up to the 5th spot. Dustin Dewar, is that? Yes, Dustin Dewar on the inside of Ryan Schold into 32. He's going to work his way up to 6th, and we've got trouble. Braxton DeWeese is around. Replay coming up here. Braxton DeWeese and that Jerry Nadeau throwback. Looks like Dylan Thomas in the wall above him there. I don't know if that's going to factor into this at all. I think it did. It looks like Dylan bounces off the wall there and collects Braxton.
Alright, well, with the caution out, I'm going to take this time to troubleshoot a little bit of the choppiness issues from one of our feeds. So we're gonna be take a little commercial break or a little radio silence break, and then we'll be back before the next green flag comes out. Time by. All right, guys. 1 to green this time by is Zach. I do think we kind of fixed the issue. I'm not quite sure. It had a little bit of a computer glitch, so we do apologize for any technical issues that's been going on. It's been very hectic to get this broadcast going to you guys. If you can see the behind-the-scenes stuff that we have, it's like putting a bunch of band-aids on like a hull that's a boat that's sinking. But we are, yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just want to take a quick moment before the field comes to the green flag here. I want to mention again, for anybody who might have missed earlier, or I did have a bit of a Nick Castellanos moment, got interrupted while trying to explain it earlier. Obviously, Carlos Acosta here, producing here tonight from 3 Wide TV. Dave Huckleberry, not available for tonight's stream, unfortunately, dealing with some family stuff at the moment. We're wishing him all the best with that. And we have to thank Carlos so much for coming in last minute to produce this deal so you can watch the Decor Depot Southern 500 tonight. Having a couple of unexpected issues with that, but Carlos being one of the best in the business, we're getting through it the best we can. And we're getting back underway here at Darlington.
We should note that stage 1 did already come and go throughout the hecticness of what was going on, and oh, they got the 23 car going around. Caution's right back out.
So Harrison Talon goes around out of turn 2.
Oh, is he crabbing?
That doesn't look healthy. No, I think he might indeed be crabbing. Take a look at the replay and see what happened here. Coming out of turn 2, he's on the inside of Dustin Dewar, washes up the hill a little bit, makes contact, and then he's gonna take a pretty good shot on the wall here. Yep, right there. And yeah, that definitely looks like a broken toe link. I've broken a left front toe link there, and that exact same spot in a racing broadcast once, Carlos.
It's definitely not fun. Thankfully, I haven't really been doing any actual real racing, or by real racing, like iRacing attempts, like for sure giving it my best since they added toe link fitted and all that jazz. So thankfully, I haven't broken one, but I've also never really raced in one where that could happen. Ray Bracey saying too many beans. Yeah, of course. Let's add that to the bean count.
23 comes up into the 32. 23 issued a tally. Also, do want to mention while we were battling some of those tech issues, Mark Murphy did check in here in the booth and confirm that Dylan Thomas was given the tally for the contact between he and Braxton DeWeese. Based on the explanation, that was Dylan's second tally, but he is opting to appeal one of those, so he is still on track. If the appeal is not successful, he'll be placed last in the running order, and if he's obviously if there's a third tally like I explained earlier, then he would just be parked outright regardless. So just to keep everyone abreast of that situation, as it looks like Braxton DeWeese actually just getting the free pass there, as we saw him go around the field on the outside to get back on the lead lap in the 33rd position according to my scoring display over here.
That's about correct.
While we've got a moment here, we'll give a shout out to another of our sponsors here in Elite. Let's talk about Worldwide Technology Raceway, Carlos. Worldwide Technology Raceway, formerly Gateway International Raceway and Gateway Motorsports Park, is a motorsport racing facility in Madison, Illinois, just east of St. Louis, Missouri, close to the Gateway Arch. It features a 1.25-mile oval that hosts the NASCAR Cup Series, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and I've got that. Okay, I'm putting my hand over that logo. You're not supposed to see that logo on iRacing broadcasts. They get very upset.
No, they don't care about that anymore.
Oh, we don't care about that anymore?
Apparently they don't.
Well, okay. Well, that series races there too. I'm not taking any chances. I'm not saying them by name. There's also a 2-mile infield road course used by Speed Tour Trans Am, SCCA, and Porsche Club of America. and a quarter-mile NHRA-sanctioned drag strip to host the annual NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series Midwest Nationals event, and the Kartplex, a state-of-the-art karting facility. Thank you, Worldwide Technology Raceway. Oh, look at this. We're getting their event schedule up there. I guess there's racing there this weekend in that series that you feel more comfortable talking about than I do.
You know, speaking of the series that runs the big race at the big oval between Columbus and St. Louis, I just had a notification that popped up on my social media feed. Today is the 3rd anniversary of the 500 miles of Marion County. Did not occur on Memorial Day weekend.
Ah, so, right, because of the thing.
Yeah, because of the thing. So, as we all remember, Takuma Sato was the victor that day. That is the only 800. That is the only 800 lefts of Central Indiana that I have ever watched. That I have watched in the last 30 years, not sitting in my seat in A stand. So. That popped up as a memory, a very bittersweet one, but that occurred 3 years ago today.
As we
head back to
well, to get back underway here, I have to catch myself. Scott Krupp is on the front row for this restart instead of Tyler Fode. Ethan Stanley still leading the way. Off they go into turns 1 and 2 as the sun sinking lower and lower into the virtual South Carolina sky here in Darlington. We'll be under the lights here before too terribly long, I would imagine. But first, we're going to turn on the yellow light.
Oh, boy. Justin Vandermarel?
Vandermarl?
Vandermarl. That's what it is.
Car 21 coming up on the replay, it sounds like. With the interstate battery colors tonight.
Ooh.
A little bit of contact or net code or something there off of her.
Oh,
that's yeah, I do recommend that.
Go on board.
He was probably all right until the inside wall hit. Yep, gets nose into the wall there. It was close battling with Josh Robin and then backs into the inside wall.
Another very short run out with another quick caution coming out, making this a 13th caution of the night. We are well into the way of stage number 2. I want to say, actually, we're not actually that well into the way of stage number 2. We're only 16, 17, 18, I'm not really too good at math right now, but around those late teens numbers in stage number 2. Pretty bit of a big difference compared to the first stage where we went relatively caution-free for the first around 20 or so laps, and then race control showed up, and then the drivers were like, "Oh yeah, race control's here. Might as well have."
Yeah,
them,
this is definitely Mark Murphy's fault. I agree. We see the free pass car going by. Is that
I apologize, guys. I'm here. I'm back.
The cause of caution is a 21 attempting to fit 10 pounds into a 5-pound bag. 21 is. Thank you, Mark Murphy, for that lovely euphemism.
Welcome back.
10 pounds of what, dare I ask?
At least it's not a Beyonce song.
I still need to go back and hear all the Beyonce songs that you guys came up with.
What's this about coming up with Beyonce songs?
Oh, that's so here. So Carlos, what had happened was Alex here missed 2 weeks ago. The Elite Racing Series was at
for the best reason ever.
He went to the Beyonce concert here in the Queen City of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh,
was that Bank of America Stadium?
Yes, it was.
It was at Bank of America Stadium.
It was awesome. She brought out Blue Ivy, her child. It was so cool.
So Dave came to me begging hands and knees to announce that night since Alex wasn't here. And so I said, well, if we're going to do it, we're going to have to, you know, at least work in some Beyonce references since that's why Alex isn't here. And then Dave messed up and said, for every Beyonce song title you work into the broadcast, I will donate $1 to MeFi. $50 later.
He's like, please stop.
Which I gotta give some credit to Mark Murphy here. He chipped in a lot of those, and he for somebody who went into it like, why does it have to be Beyonce songs? Why can't it be, who were you saying, like Willie Nelson or something? I don't even remember, but it was definitely not Beyonce. But
I said I wanted to use Hank Williams.
Hank Williams. Well, for somebody who was poo-pooing on the idea to start with, he worked in some deep cuts. I mean, he pulled out some Destiny's Child on us. I mean, he did his homework, which, you know, I appreciate. So that's what happened 2 weeks ago here on the Elite Racing Network. Ethan Stanley won that night. He's leading the way here tonight as we're doubled up, 1 lap to green.
We're excuse me. We are halfway officially.
Are we?
Are we? I think that would be 267 if we were halfway.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, it wouldn't be 267.
No? No, that'd be like 272. Yeah.
Hey Alexa, what's 367
right.
divided by 2?
You're right.
367 divided by 2 is 183.5.
183.
That's what I meant, and that's what I obviously said. Duh.
Math is hard, I'll give you that.
I was specifically told there would be no math.
Do we know who won stage 1?
That's the fun
Who
part.
led
We don't.
lap?
While you were gone, we had a myriad of tech issues, and Zach and I both lost track of when stage 1 ended, so we do apologize for that. Hopefully, Race
Pretty
Control
sure it was
can give us that information.
Alright.
Pretty sure it was Ethan Stanley, but no, I'm not 100% certain on that. Oh, somebody's blinking. Is that Dustin Dewar, I believe, blinking there a little bit on the backstretch as we see Scott Crump going to the lead. Don't worry about Dustin Dewar right now. We've got a battle for the lead. Scott Crump to the point, coming to the line to start lap 139. Gerald Campbell up to 3rd, Tyler Fody 4th, Trey Holmes in 5th.
Oh!
Oh.
And here we go, Gerald Campbell up to 2nd now.
That's my dog. Barking.
That's
if you
fine.
Hear him.
We're all dog friendly.
Oh.
Bit of a stack up there in the front stretch.
Nick Massey there. So that is Justin Fortner. He was passing there to move into the 10th spot, breaking into the top 10.
Gerald Campbell, right now, lap 140, excuse me, at the fastest lap
boy.
of the race, 29.149.
Oh yeah. Where is he running?
Second.
He is
Gerald
up
Campbell.
2nd. And they are battling real hard there, about 7th spot or so, I believe.
Well,
it
hold your
is.
horses. Scott Crump, your race leader, just posted the fastest lap of the race with a 29.14 flat. Oh, well, excuse me, 148. No, it's flat. It's 140.
Scott Crump, who was involved in that accident a couple of cautions ago, I believe.
Pulling out the 3-wide TV multicams. The that battling there around, I guess that's about the 8th or 9th spot. Is that 3 wide? I don't recommend that. They get sorted out, fortunately, before they get down into the corner there. Justin Fortner and Justin Watts were side by side at the focus of the top box there in the 3 wide TV multicam. And now, oh, surely not Chris Wright. Somehow they got through all of that all right. Looking at Dylan Thomas in that light blue car. Now we, let's see.
It's a Tony Stewart throwback in the 37, wasn't it?
You know, I don't know that I've actually, I believe it is the old, or is that BK Racing throwback? I think it's a Tony Stewart.
That's a Tony Stewart in the 30s. That's 2009, the Daytona Coke Zero, or the Coca-Cola, the second Daytona race. I don't know if I think it was still Pepsi at the time.
Whoever was sponsoring
2009, yeah.
I don't remember if it was Pepsi or
400.
Yeah, that's when Kyle Busch wrecked himself off of Tony Stewart's hood on the last
Oh
lap.
wait, that was 2008.
No, it was 2009.
Or was it 2009?
Yeah, it was 2009. You want to know? Because I was there that race. I saw that in person.
Okay. You're right. Kyle Busch won in 2008.
Noted Florida man, Carlos.
Miami, where Thruway TV is headquartered. Of course, we are not on Thruway TV today. We are the Elite Racing Network. It's a privilege to come do a broadcast here. Although, unfortunately, the circumstances are not quite good.
Certainly not. We wish Dave all the best. As we're closing in on lap 150 here in the Decor Depot Southern 500 here for the JoinAPS.com Cup Series. Looking at Nick Massey running 6th. Andrew Rucker closing in on him in the 7th spot in that 64. Who we got on pit road here? That's Jeff Green. Throw it back to Jeff Green.
Uh-oh.
It's been a rough night for him. He had some tech issues or something very early on. He's been in and out of the lobby, I know. Currently scored in 40th, 53 laps down is Jeff Green. So definitely not the night he would have hoped for.
Now, gentlemen, if we do continue to have all these cautions, Jeff will be back on the lead lap here in time for the final shootout. So it's good on him. Continue to stay with it. Jeff, always a sportsman. Good to see him in the series. It is kind of funny. He's of all the people throwing back to themselves, I feel like Jeff is the one that has the most right to throw it back to himself.
And he went with a deep cut this time, going with the 95, the Sadler Brothers racing car. They got his first Cup start, or Cup starts, I should say, with this car. Like I say, driving for the Sadler Brothers, team based out of Nashville. Gave a lot of guys out of the Nashville area a shot at the Cup Series. Guys like Sterling Marlin, Jeremy Mayfield, Mike Alexander, and Jeff Green, certainly one of those guys as well, former track champion at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in 1990. So great tribute here. I love the choice from Jeff Green, and like I said, pretty deep cut.
And it's you go back and look at that. You go back and look at the Nashville Speedway. The Nashville Fairgrounds track champions. That reads like a who's who of stock car racing royalty. Down through the whole thing. Mike Alexander. You just mentioned Jeff Green, Bobby Hamilton, the Marlins.
I
Jimmy
have
Means.
a question for you guys after this.
Yeah, actually, hold up. I tried looking for it. I couldn't really find much. I did find this gem, though, that I kind of wish he picked.
The Cartoon Network car, yes.
I'll just ask it now. What is your guys' favorite Darlington moment?
Okay, well, that's an easy one for me, and unfortunately, it's really not that old because I'm not that old as well. I only started watching NASCAR full time in 2007. So my favorite Darlington memory as a Jeff Gordon fan is having to go to Mother's Day brunch or dinner. I don't remember what time it was. And on a Sunday because the race was rained out on a Saturday night, and then seeing my favorite driver Jeff Gordon win the race from like the corner TV all the way across the restaurant. I would constantly look up as I was eating my food.
Mm.
Now, was that Ethan Stanley we saw on pit road there?
Yes, it is.
All right. So, not sure if that was a scheduled pit stop or what exactly, but definitely a guy that's been running up front tonight, just pitting under green, and I mean he's
I
gonna
think
follow
pit stops are
down.
happening. Foley pit road.
So a lot of these guys, I know it stayed out a while. It might. We'll see if how this works out. If this green flag run lasts long enough, to obviously everybody will have to pit, and they're gonna be on really fresh tires for a long time. But if they get trapped a lap down by a caution, this could be definitely really bad. So we'll see how this plays out as we go forward here.
They
That's always
need this to go green there and run through the cycle. We have yet to see a green flag cycle.
And you can see there on the pit strategy, you see R.C. Anderson, Jonathan Cutlip, Matthew Weeks, those guys closing in on 100 laps on this run, and that's why you're seeing these green flag pit stops.
Now, I've got to say two things here. The first is that's always the gamble, but it could work out in a huge way for those guys. The other thing that I have is if we go back there, somebody in this field is running the Tabasco Fiasco car.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was that Chris Wright?
It is Chris Wright, yes.
Only Chris Wright
Oh,
could pull
R.C.
off
Anderson gets a piece of the wall there.
Only Chris Wright could pull off the Tabasco Fiasco. He's doing
There's
it
a look. There's a look at that Tabasco car.
All I remember about that car is the started as a Pontiac, it ended as a Chevrolet. Todd Bodine drove it. It ended with Darrell Waltrip after his team had been purchased and merged back into that team. And I remember Darrell Waltrip during a rain delay, I think it was at Atlanta, and they were
Charlotte.
asking him
In the fall race at Charlotte, yes.
it was somewhere, but there's a rain delay, and they were interviewing Darrell, and they were asking him about it because at this point it was well known that Tabasco was upset with the situation, and Darrell holds up his fire suit and he points at the logos. He said, "I ain't getting paid for any of this." No, in a sad situation. Had they allowed some different things to happen, probably would still be a successful sponsor in the series today.
So there you see Chris Wright working his way into the top 10 as we look at some pictures of that Tabasco car from the late 90s. I love how many of these literally say Tabasco Fiasco. So, and now Chris Wright, just as quickly as we looked at that, he passed Andrew Rucker to get up to 9th.
Yeah, that interview with Darrell, whether it was Charlotte or Atlanta, I can't remember which one, but that interview was easily among the top 5 of all-time NASCAR great interviews. If we could find a clip of it, that thing is hilarious.
Look at some side-by-side action there in the multicam. I love the Trey Holmes choice for the throwback tonight also with the Ray Bestis car, the Stafola Brothers car. And Trey Holmes, I believe that's
it's
David.
Sad that we don't have an 88 on the track anymore on Sunday. That or the 18, those are 2 iconic numbers that I miss seeing.
Oh, up ahead!
Right.
Car on the wall there, turn 3.
Caution not out.
No caution?
Although, I expect there to be a caution out soon. They're still going.
Who is that off? Is that Andrew Rucker off the pace? No.
64.
Yes, that is Andrew Rucker.
Andrew Rucker, yeah. See what happened there? It happened right in front of Trey Holmes.
Tate Lytle got a
and
meatball flag from that.
through. Oh my!
So it looked
This
like it was
was
contact with him and
Wondy.
oh gosh. Jacob Adams takes a huge hit from behind in that.
Was that a bit of net code there? Oh!
Oh, another Dan Marino car!
Braxton DeWeese getting into him. Nowhere for either of those guys to go
My
there.
car's broken.
Yeah.
And no caution came out of that.
Yeah, we are still under the green flag here. Sometimes, and I have to wonder, is it better to just come to a complete stop if you're involved?
Wouldn't that be against the rules?
There's that, and also like, yeah, if you were to bring out the caution, that would definitely be frowned upon. Like intentionally stop like that, and then also you have to consider like, depending on where you stop, it might still not bring out the caution with the way iRacing determines a caution, especially a place like this. So much of the track is considered off the racing surface, as we do see.
Well,
there was net code between
not
25
really
and
caution.
64. Yeah, that's fair. The cause. Now, with that being said, it is in the rule book for Elite that if you have an incident that causes severe damage to a driver, even if it does not bring out a caution, you can still be issued a tally for it. In this case, the ruling is net code, so there will be no tally. But the lack of a caution does not absolve you of discipline in an incident like that if you are deemed at fault.
Guys, look at where the leader is.
Fighting for first with Nick Massey and Scott Crump, and they're about 5 seconds up the road from third place.
You know, this is where it's going to get really interesting for some of these guys who have pitted during this green flag run. They're going to have to fresher tires. They're going to have to try to find their way around some of these slower cars on the older tires, but you don't want to, but you got to be careful, because if you just misstep a little bit and that brings out a caution, well, you just sabotaged your whole game plan.
Strategy, yeah.
Exactly. So you gotta pick your battles, especially a place like this. It's hard to pass. You gotta get held up every once in a while. You kind of have to accept that. But at the same time, you're racing other people that are on the same strategy as you. You don't want to get held up too much. It's just this constant balancing act between getting as much as you can out of those fresh tires while also not...
Speaking of fresh tires...
exactly. You see Tate Lytle on the move there. Getting around...
Your race leader's right there.
Right there. So like I say, Nick Massey, you're on board with him. He's second place. The white car of Scott Crump is the leader, but there are all these other lap cars, some of which are on fresher tires, some of which are, like Chad Frankenfield, is several laps down with damage. We've seen how unfortunate his night has been. So you're trying to work through all of this traffic.
See Scott Crump trying to increase the gap there, but...
And now Tate Lytle is going to work his way around Scott Crump.
There's no love lost between those two, as we've seen, starting on lap 4.
And if I'm looking at it right, that puts Tate Lytle 2 laps down.
Yes.
So he's still got some work to do.
Still not out of the danger zone here.
For sure, but
he and everybody that is on that kind of green flag strategy is hoping that we continue to go through the green flag here. Because even if you don't pit, you would only get 1 lap back, courtesy of the waiver round.
you know, the crazy thing is you mentioned that wave round, but when you get into a race like this, you know, if the caution comes out at the wrong time, somebody is just pitted, one of those lead lap cars might stay out, and then you're not going to get the wave around because you're not in front of the leader, between the leader and the pace car. You're just stuck then. So that's always a risk you run with when you get these long green flag runs at a place like this. As we look at the overlay there with the gap and how that's been managed, as Scott Crump and Nick Massey have been working their way through some traffic. Now they've got a little bit more clean air to work with. Braxton DeWeese behind them. He is, I believe, the first car lap down right now. Lap 170, massive link from the 12 and 71. Incident is netcode. So there was an incident between David Carpenter and Jordan Owens. As we see Gerald Campbell on the pit road.
Josh Robin and Michael Goodman as well.
Also. Yep.
Kyle Hanshaw also reporting into pit road. As I'm being shown Justin Vander, what is it again?
Vandermark.
Just got the meatball flag. Something happened to his car. His car is broken down once again.
Yeah, it definitely got some damage. Not sure what would have happened there, but definitely some heavy damage on that 21.
Yeah.
Justin Vandermark coming down pit road on the bottom screen. You see the battle for the lead on the top screen.
He also got a
And
speeding
it's
penalty.
really nice.
Oh, things are going bad to worse for the 21. You see other cars now attempting their green flag pit stop. So this green flag run has really split up strategy among everyone. Trey Holmes is now in.
And see, now you guys see Nick Massey open up that gap while Scott Crump tries to let some of these guys with fresher tires by, but soon that's got to be Nick Massey's problem as well here shortly. And that's part of the game too. You got to manage when you let these guys by and when you make them wait a little bit, because you're in a race too. You're trying to hold on to the lead. You're trying to keep that gap as big as you can, but again, you don't want to take any unnecessary chances and throw away a good run.
And now I believe we're almost halfway.
Yeah, almost.
Almost.
Oh, Crump checking up to go to pit road.
Scott Crump almost with a big issue to get on the pit road there.
Boy, he was carrying a lot of speed in there too. It looks like he got it slowed down in time. I don't see a black flag showing for him.
No. I do want to say Kyle Hanshaw did get a black flag during pit stop exchanges, so that was already cleared. Dustin Dewar also on pit road.
So now Nick Massey leading Matthew Weeks, Justin Wadsworth, Jonathan Cutlip, and Garrison Hogan as we work through green flag pit stops here in the Decor Depot Southern 500. I knew I would at least once, right? I wasn't going to get through all night without messing that up.
The Decor Depot Southern 500. You got it. Oh, car in the wall right there on our multi-cam, I believe. Is that Jesse Razumin? Someone caught the fence.
you see a look at some of the drivers into top 5 here in the bottom screen of the multicam.
We go ahead and pull up exactly the pit strategy once again to see how long it's been. You can see 2nd all the way through 7th of drivers who have gone to pit road on lap 127 or longer. You see 127 is significantly higher than 82, which is the number of laps that the race leader has run. That's why the race leader has a faster lap time. And we'll
that's
have
the
to
kind
pit
of
later.
analysis you can only get here.
What was that?
I said that's the kind of analysis you can only get here.
Yeah, exactly. But actually, real talk though, when do we expect to see 2nd through 7th to go down pit road? Because Nick Massey has put himself in a pretty good position. The other drivers, I'm not quite sure what their strategy is. Have we actually talked about how long these cars
I
will go
would
fuel?
imagine these cars would go as long as they can, and why not? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know that we've really gotten a chance to see what the fuel window is. I know for that last bunch of guys,
replay.
the guys that... Oh, we got a replay here. So I believe this is going to... No, this appears to be Chris
Ooh,
Wright.
oh,
Gets loose.
no.
Or
Oh, talk about a
Chris
Tabasco
Wright.
fiasco.
was that Rory Collins that got collected in that? I'm not sure.
Another prime example at 62.
So yes, that was Rory Collins.
Prime example of just giving it too much beans there once again.
Chris Wright had been having a really good run. I mean, he got back underway and showing in the 9th spot at the moment. So, but definitely a setback there for the 42. Looking at, so that 5 car is Jonathan Cutlip. He's running 3rd at the moment. Tyler Fody is behind him, but Tyler Fody, of course, one of the drivers that pitted earlier in this green flag run. Trying to find, it looks like he is 13th, 1 lap down at right now. So we're running out of cars on the lead lap through this green flag pit cycle, but obviously some of these guys are going to be working their way towards the leaders and trying to get their lap back.
To get their lap back, and desperately too, because you even if you're the first car a lap down, you start in the back after the wave around car. So
right, yes, free pass car starts at the tail of the field. If you do get that free pass to get back on the lead lap or get one of your laps back, if we were to happen to be in that situation.
Now, gents, I did want to say something here. This is one of the most fun parts of any race for me. You've got different tire strategies going. You've got comers, you've got goers, you've got guys on fresh tires, you've got guys on old tires, you've got some guys who are rockets and some guys who are hanging on. Right now, it's all about when that next caution falls as to who this benefits. Right? If you're on the right end of that cycle, you're going to be up at the front, and if you're at the wrong end of it, you're going to be at the back. Something else to chart is how many more stops do we have until race ends? We've settled into a really, really, really nice stretch.
Leader on
green
pit
flag
road.
running. Knocking on my wood floor as the leader does come to pit road, but we've got a really nice stretch of green flag running going. We might not see another caution for a while. So, what's the pit strategy look like? How do you split this up? You're gonna do 3 stops. You're gonna try to do it in 2. What's that look like? You know what I mean? Because you can go. We've seen him go 80 some odd laps on a tank. So doing this in 2 more stops is not out of the question.
Garrison Hogan, now the leader. Yeah, I can't quite make it out on my screen.
What?
I'm assuming it was SpongeBob related.
I thought that was
It
Mrs.
was.
Puff or something.
We see Ryan.
There is
Shore on
not
pit
a
road.
day that goes by that I do not quote SpongeBob.
True classic for all ages.
Yeah.
Oh, Jordan Owens a little out of shape. Might have got a piece of the wall there out of turn. Is that turn 2? I can't even tell at this point. I'm going insane.
Brent Jones in the YouTube chat saying it was SpongeBob bloated in the bathtub from the theme intro.
Thank you, Brent.
MVB caliber analysis with Brent Jones. 6 car down Pier Road.
6 car, Justin Wadsworth. He was running 3rd. He's now on pit road.
Got loose entering Pit Road and then also locked it up, but no speeding penalty from what I can see.
Woo.
Garrison Hogan still leading the way. Jonathan Cutlip in 2nd. And I believe those are about the last 2 guys we have left that haven't pitted yet in this green flag run.
Tyler Fody has worked his way back up to 5th. He, I believe, will assume the race lead rate once all these guys in front of him pit. I believe.
That might be right. I'm not sure if Chris Wright and Robert Hill have pitted or not.
Robert Hill and Chris Wright have not gone down Pit Road. The top 4 last run down Pit Road, lap 55, lap 56, and then it's Tyler Fody on lap 154, and then about 15 laps later in 6th place, Ethan Burrell. Then kind of everybody else is around that same place, except for Braxton DeWeese, who we saw get involved in that incident that didn't bring out a caution all the way back in 9th, still has yet to pit, went on pit road lap 81, so he'll find himself losing a ton more spots and probably frustrated that the caution did not come out as Jonathan Copeland down pit road.
I like his strategy, though. Why not hope for a caution right now? Because it could save him.
Something to think about. What is the time differential between old tires and new? I mean, what's the lap time difference? Does an extra stop make sense here?
Let's see, Garrison Hogan's last lap is a 29.48. And a driver of fresh tires, let's say Matthew Weeks, 29. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Matthew Weeks' last lap.
He's running 29.4 still.
Yeah, 29.59, and then the race leader is 31.35. I was looking at the wrong.
Oh wow, so almost a second and a half faster.
Yeah, so if you're running, if we're running lap times here at, call it 29.2, 29.1, 29.2 is going to be a fast like Q style lap. Second and a half a lap. That's you're gonna reel them in what, 15, 20 laps.
One thing to look at here, Scott Crump going to pull alongside Tyler Fody here. That's for 4th.
Chris Wright pit road. And your race leader down pit road as well.
Yeah, I was about to say that might have been effectively a pass for the lead we just saw there with Scott Crump. Ethan Burrell, now the leader. In that Burger King throwback.
We're about to finish our 200th lap, going into lap 201 when they go around turns 3 and 4 one more time. But that'll give us 167 laps remaining. We are past halfway. We were keeping track of that. And in about 30 laps, stage 2 will end. Remember, there will not be a caution.
Yeah.
What was that?
Just, I was just going to piggyback off you. Just stage point will be given.
Yeah, go for it.
Scott
Well,
Crump
there-
had to back out of that.
Yeah, there will not be a caution thrown for the end of the stage. It's going to continue. The points will be awarded, though. Race Control will have all that sorted out. That doesn't mean that a caution will not fly if there's still an incident. But there will not
As
be.
we saw at the first stage.
Yeah, there will not be a caution thrown for stage end.
So this is always interesting. We see Ethan Burrell here, and he's got Chad Frankenfield behind him. Chad is currently in position 31, 13 laps down, and doing everything he can to make it 12 laps down. Different guys feel different ways about this, right? Some people are going to say, look, you're running your race, especially with all the pit strategies here tonight. You just live and let live. Some guys would get really annoyed with a guy racing that hard 13 laps down. But as we've talked about a couple of times tonight, you know, every position matters, every lap matters. That's why Chad Frankenfield's still out here trying to earn those points in case guys in front of him have an issue. But it's definitely something to think about in that situation. And in fact, I'm eavesdropping on race chat right now, and they're actually having a pretty friendly conversation right now, trying to figure out, you know, if you get a run, I'll let you by, Chad, but I can't just roll over either and ruin my race. So they're being amicable about it, but definitely some early conversation about how that might work out if Chad's faster.
I want to apologize. That there was no replay being shown. I just hit the wrong button.
We see Braxton DeWeese on pit road. Nick Indelicato. Is there a Dolphins Giants game coming up? We've got the Dolphins colors.
Caution,
and the Giants.
caution's out.
No, we have a caution.
Andrew Rucker, I'm being shown.
So it'll be interesting to see as we pull up the replay how that works out for Braxton DeWeese. He was on the lead lap. If that pit stop works out for him, he's in great shape. If it doesn't, I don't know. We'll see Andrew Rucker getting loose. And then it's going to spin just high enough there to...
Well,
No,
did
that
bring
doesn't,
out
that
a
doesn't
yellow?
look
No.
malicious.
I don't think that's malicious. I think he was just trying to grab a gear and get moving, but obviously at that low of a speed he does move into the racing service, and that's or surface, which causes the service. Those are two different words. Throw the yellow.
He couldn't downshift down into second. Kept on getting at the gas.
That'll do it. Every
Yeah.
time, yeah.
It was stuck in third.
Now,
that
naturally,
does
the self
bring
spin.
up the caution.
Yes.
And it saves a lot of these cars, Ethan Burrell and Scott Crump from being at the tail end of their strategy. Now they get the track position, and they're on the. They're basically at the front of their strategy now.
Garrison Hogan and Jonathan Cutlip staying out. They were last down pit road on lap 199 and 196, so under 10 laps before. So they'll probably take the race lead on slightly old tires. I wouldn't say it would probably be too much of a difference. It may affect them a little bit in the beginning, but they expect them to be your two drivers to stay out to restart 1 and 2.
Garrison Hogan, our outside pole setter, and Jonathan Cutlip, who is still looking for that first W in the joinabs.com Cup series. our 14th caution flag of the night here. We'll save our voice and we'll be right back. You're watching NASCAR on ERN. All right, 23 cars still on the lead lap here. The rest still looking for a way to get back in the game here, but Garrison Hogan is going to lead this field down to green. And we're back underway, cleaning up our 14th caution flag of the night. Side by side, ooh. Catching a little bit. Who was that right in front of, I believe that was David Tooker? Or is that Gerald Campbell? I think that was Gerald Campbell. In the 31 who gets...
Yeah, that's Gerald Campbell.
I don't even think Tooker is in this race. Oh, a couple of cars bouncing off.
That might have been Campbell, actually.
That camera is so good.
Yep, so there's Campbell. There's David Tooker in front of Keith here, and Nick and Delicato to the outside of Campbell.
Is that the sponsorship? I think it is on the 31.
It might be. I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately, my what I'm looking at on my screen is a little bit fuzzy. So
yeah, it's gonna happen when all my bit rate is focusing on the stream. So I can't fix that unless I get like far better internet.
You're good. I just don't know who that is or what his sponsorship is.
Worries, no worries. Oh, whoa! One of the cars gets loose here.
Oh,
Justin
and
Wadsworth
the
there.
6 try to get in front of the 10 car right there and protect his position. It almost cost him. They're still fighting for it, side by side in turn 1.
Nick and Delicato on the inside, Justin Wadsworth on the outside. Something's got to give here. There we go.
Justin able to get around on the outside, but woo! That was a lap.
So now Gerald Campbell right behind Nick and Delicato. That's 12th and 13th on the track. Let's see, that 26 we just saw, Justin Fortner. I don't believe that was... No, that was not for position. That was Jordan Owens. He was working his way around. Back up front. That's Garrison Hogan leading the way. Scott Crump in second. Jonathan Cutlip, well, I say he's in third. Ethan Burrell wants to change that. Ethan Burrell getting around Jonathan Cutlip to move into the third spot.
Scott Crump doing all he can to try and get around our leader here, and he'll take it as they go into turn 3.
Matthew Weeks now, he's gonna look to the inside of Jonathan Cutlip in that 5 car, while in front of him, Ethan Burrell. Second place. Oh, big out of shape for Matthew Weeks, but he hangs on to it. He'll slot in there behind Tyler Fody. That'll drop him down to 6th.
Caution is out. Joshua Clark stopped in the front stretch.
We'll see what happened to Joshua Clark here on the replay.
Oh, got a car on the wall right there. Oh, was that the replay? I looked down.
Yep, that was the replay. It looked like he was, I believe that was Seth Rawls. He was, oh no! And then the contact there afterwards with the, I'm not really sure what happened there. So yes, that was Seth Rawls. We'll get another look at here.
Yep.
A little bit of contact coming off the corner, and then he's got to try to lock it up. And then right as he's about to get back going again, he caught a piece of, I'm not sure who that red car was.
That car was, yeah.
Might be Robert Hill, because he's got a meatball flag. Yeah, that's Robert Hill.
And you can see the left front damage on that car. So definitely, yeah, I believe that was him. And what a tough break for him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that shot him right into the inside wall. And that's what really did the damage. Although, no, I mean, that right front's pretty messed up too. He got both corners with that.
So, you can censor that.
th caution of the evening here.
That's gonna be some heavy damage for the 2 right there.
Might be even terminal damage at this point of the night. We still have over 100 laps remaining, but we talked to Johnny Thomas when we weren't even double digits of this race, and he had like about 7 minutes of required and then 30 plus minutes of optional.
They got no. Sorry
right.
about that.
That's okay. We're all pet friendly here. Johnny Thomas, he did come back a little bit and then only ran about 26 laps total before he ended up calling it a night, and is probably already sleeping. As it's getting later in the night here for everybody, but. So damage like that at this stage of the race, you may not be able to get any more positions if you do come back up.
It would appear Robert Hill has disconnected after that damage. And whether it's fixable or not, he doesn't seem too intent on hanging around to find out.
And it's straight to the garage.
Definitely, either he saw a number he didn't like, or he, has
Is there a
decided
number
he's
you
had
would have
enough.
liked?
There's not really. There's no number with a meatball flag attached to it you really enjoy. You might be able to tolerate like 8 minutes, 5 minutes, but especially in a race like this, unless you're just really fighting hard for those points, like you're in a bubble position. Yeah, 30 minutes or so, I'm probably really questioning how badly I want to get back on track. No number that pops up beside required repairs when you come to pit road is a good number. Lights are out on the iRacing pace car. Scott Crump, Ethan Burrell will be in the front row for this restart.
This is where fatigue begins to settle in. I know it because I'm getting tired there. And unfortunately, I will be going here in about 30 minutes. So.
You look at, we got underway about 7:52 Eastern time here, so at this point, you're about 2.5 hours into the race. You've still, and again, you look at that black box on the iRacing screen and see you've still got, close to 144 laps to go or something like that. You're just, it can wear on you. It can have just as much mental as anything as we're getting back underway here.
Yeah, green flag is out. I remember
at the end of stage 2. Go ahead there.
I remember one time hearing one of the Cup drivers a couple years ago doing an interview where his spotter came on the radio during the Coke 600, and he thought the race was nearly over, and his spotter goes like, "All right, we're halfway there," and he started to cry inside.
That in my first iRacing 600, I had that exact moment when the iRacing crew chief tells you, "All right, halfway." I'm thinking, oh
my God.
What did I do signing up for this?
I'll never forget when I was a new fan, and I decided this is before the age of online racing. NASCAR Thunder 2004 on PS2. Well,
lead here.
Yeah, Tony for the lead.
Did you guys ever play that?
Yes, I did.
Of course.
Well, that was the racing game where you did something to one of the AI cars, they would remember and they would hit you back. Yeah. So I did something to piss off Harvick early in this race. I was doing a 100% race at Talladega. I made it to lap 133, and then Harvick just came and he wiped me out. And I'll never forget, I was like 2.5 hours just gone like that. This was before mid-race saves and everything.
I remember once playing in Dirt to Daytona, and you can get the cheat where the drivers could be really aggressive, and it was overly aggressive where even if you tapped them a little bit, they would come out and spin you out. It's just as the 92 of Ethan Stanley goes around in the backstretch.
Hits the wall. He hit the wall that time. He wasn't as lucky as what we've seen some of the other cars in that position get away with. One lap to go in the stage here, and Ethan Stanley, Scott Crump and Ethan Burrell are fighting for it hard.
When we come to the line, it'll be one more to go.
Yes.
Right now, we're still on 229. When they cross the line, it'll be one lap before stage 2 ends. Remember, there will not be a stage thrown
A
caution.
yellow flag for the end of the stage, but the photo finish camera might need to get ready.
Uh-huh. Here we go. Last lap as the advantage goes to Crump.
Oh, Scott Crump. Advantage here. Can Ethan Burrell try one more time and get around him? Ever presses stage point or a playoff point. Looks like it'll go to Scott Crump. And stage 3, the final stage now underway.
I have the replay here from what happened with the
Ethan Stanley. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a hard hit, too.
I wonder, I couldn't quite tell if maybe he clipped the apron there coming out of 2, or what exactly happened to upset that car as he was on corner exit there. Because it wasn't what we've seen a lot tonight. He wasn't all the way out of the corner, right, when it stepped out on him. It was a little earlier in the corner. I wonder if maybe he clipped the apron or something like that. Regardless, the end result is he's lost a lot of ground and probably did some pretty...
And that was our stage 1 winner, I believe, so he had made it pretty far.
Running 21st now after that.
Still 22 cars on the lead lap. This is where you don't want to make a mistake. How about, is that Josh Clark? Or I'm sorry, Josh Robin in that?
Yes, that is.
I love that paint scheme. That might be my favorite throwback of the night there.
So you've got the Dale Jr. throwback there in the 8, right behind it, that 13. Jerry Nadeau throwback. That's 16th and 17th right now on track.
Yeah, why don't we go? Let's go through the field. Let's go through all the drivers and if we see a throwback, let's talk about it. Starting with the 90, is that a throwback?
I don't believe so.
It might be. I know that's not the scheme he's been running this season, so I don't want to say no, but I'm not sure what it would be a throwback to.
Ethan Burrell, we talked about this one already. This was the 2009 Daytona 2 race, where Tony Stewart won the race after Kyle Busch wrecked himself off of Tony's bumper in the front stretch. I was there for that race. It was a wee little lad. It's my second. It was my first trip to Daytona.
22, I don't believe is a throwback. Still a cool-looking paint scheme, though.
Definitely, that's that Yahoo scheme we've seen a lot this year. Same with Tyler Fode. That's the scheme we've seen from him throughout the year here.
Matthew Weeks, last year's defending series champion, doing a great job. Although I don't believe that's a running a scheme throwback. But Nick Massey is.
Now we mentioned that was the Casey Mears SpongeBob throwback to when that SpongeBob scheme was on the 41 for Chip Ganassi Racing at one time.
David Tucker having an excellent night there, but no throwback paint scheme.
Maybe he was throwing back to Sunday. I don't know. Justin Wadsworth in the Apollo Motorsports number 6. 8th place run so far for that open competitor. Good run for him. Gerald Campbell in 9th for Mountain Man Motorsports. Jonathan Cutler,
who's known for making a lot of drivers and paint schemes in this series.
Now I know the one behind him is a throwback. The Stavola brothers. It was an 8 in real life, 88. Of course, Trey Holmes here in Elite. Got the Ray Bestis logo worked in there on the hood. Great looking race car.
This is Exalta though. Really great job on the logo, McMorph.
Yeah.
This is not a throwback either.
No throwback. Nick Indelicato with the Talking Giants, John Boy Media on the sponsorship for this one.
Last week's winner, Seth Rawls. He's made up. He's been involved in a couple of incidents here tonight. He's having a great run in the 13th position.
Running in 14th, R.C. Enerson. His normal Lucas Oil scheme on the 50. Justin Fortner, Little Eagle Racing, number 26. We're also used to seeing that familiar white and gold on that car. We've given this one a lot of love tonight. Braxton DeWeese, that Jerry Nadeau throwback from the Elliott Marino Racing days. Running 16th in car 13 tonight. Always love when, and same thing with this one, when the car number happens to work out where it matches the throwback, right? And of course, Josh Robin in the Dale Jr. throwback, that Budweiser number 8. Michael Goodman, throwing back to himself tonight in the first car he ran here in Elite, running 18th right now. Carlos giving him a frowny face with the telestrator. Ryan Scholden, the number 4 for Little Eagle Racing.
Dustin
Dewar. Dusty's the kind of guy that's got to be a throwback. I guarantee that's a throwback, but
I just don't know who.
I'm gonna check his tweeter real quick and see if maybe something ended up there. It says they are honoring their team's first full season in the league. So same thing as Goodman is what's happening there. Chris Wright, of course, we've talked about the Tabasco car a lot tonight. It's spent a lot of time up front earlier, but right now running 21st in car 42. Ethan Stanley, 22nd right now after that issue earlier on this run in the Blue Egg marking number 92. Did that bring us back to the front of the field?
Yep. All the lead lap drivers right now.
There you go. So, quick little run through the field, at least of our lead lap cars with throwback games tonight.
And I apologize, guys. I will be right back on. I gotta get something.
No worries. So with we're nearing the 250 lap marker. We're getting closer and closer to 100 laps remaining as we're currently at 121. 2 hours and 13 minutes into this race. Actually, excuse me, 2 hours and 41 minutes into this races. We're looking at maybe another 2 hours and 13 minutes of racing, and this keeps on going green flag. No, hold on, that math doesn't add up.
I'm hoping that's like the time.
I think that's how much time we have remaining on this.
Right.
This, yeah. Okay. I apologize for that, guys. But yeah, it's nearing 10:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As a lot of these drivers are single file, of course. Nick Massey and David Tooker are battling for that. David Tooker and Ethan Burrell are battling for that 6th place position.
Yep, that puts Tooker up to 6th in the 19, and Gerald Campbell's got to try to jump in on that parade. He's now alongside Ethan Burrell, and so too, well, Justin Wadsworth into 6. So there they go, coming out turn 4. Ethan Burrell will slot in the 9th spot. Nice little gap there he can work his way into between him and Nick and Delicato.
You know, we are running single file for the majority of the field as the 22 gets a little loosey-goosey exiting the corner. However, these top 4 drivers, top 5, they're all within a second of each other, within a second of the race lead. So it's single file racing, but everybody there is keeping tabs as this race of attrition goes on. These drivers are making sure that their tire is there for the end of the run. Because if anybody makes a mistake, anybody hits the wall, anybody gets a bad corner exit, then you got yourself a 2-wide battle, maybe 3-wide, depending on how bad it is, and you're going to lose a couple spots because, you know, they're right up your back.
And we see right now Tyler Fode under a lot of pressure from Matthew Weeks in the 11th. That would be a battle for 3rd. Matthew Weeks trying to pull, he's there now. He's definitely alongside Tyler Fode as they go off into turn 1, and Matthew Weeks is going to complete the pass there and move into the 3rd spot there with 2:13 somewhere on that car.
Flicker's up against Massey now, going into 3 and 4.
And he'll complete the pass, and that moves David Tooker into the top 5. Quietly just, you know, it's been a very, very calm, very patient race so far for David Tooker there. It started 17th. You haven't talked about him a lot tonight. You know, hasn't been involved in too much drama, too many issues, but he's just quietly, methodically worked his way up into the 5th spot at this point.
Campbell going past Massey right now off screen as the battle for 6 continues as the 22 of Garrison Hogan has been sniffing up the tailpipe of Scott Crump for these last 20 or so laps, and is honestly looking like he's itching to make a move here any second.
Oh yeah, draws right up to the rear bumper of that number 90 Camaro coming out of turn 2. He's trying to figure out, you know, it's so tricky at Darlington, right? You gotta find, it's one thing to be faster, it's another thing to be able to put yourself in a position to complete a pass. And I feel like somebody's gotta be, is David, yeah, so we've got a battle here for 2nd here. It's Garrison Hogan and Matthew Woods. And now, this is really getting hairy.
This is what I was talking about. You get a bad corner exit and you find yourself 2-3 wide and you're going to lose a couple spots. Because the 22, who was battling for the race lead, was in 2nd, is now dropping down to possibly 5th or 6th once everybody's done. And Zach, I don't know if you're maybe seeing it the same way as I am, as a 6 makes drives his nose in, has to check up, is going to lose a lot of time for Justin Wadsworth there. You kind of have, like, the way you pass drivers, at least to me, you kind of approaching it like you would at Martinsville, where you're really setting yourself up multiple laps in a row so you can get a good drive off a corner, get to the inside in the straightaway, and then drive it deep into the corners in the next set to complete the pass. You're not really looking to maybe just straight up drive it in there deep without any run.
Right, you pretty much have to establish you're alongside the guy on the corner before. And that involves, like you say, setting it up, trying to work maybe an out-to-in move or a crossover or something like that to get that position alongside the guy, because you're just not going to be able to send it in. Honestly, you're carrying so much speed into these corners here. You're gonna have a hard time just dive bombing somebody, right? So you've got to really set it up on corner exit, and sometimes that could take 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 laps of just working a guy over, waiting for them to make a mistake before you can get that position.
Yeah, well said. We are now 110 laps remaining here in the actually don't have the full the 5th annual Decor Depot Southern 500.
Yeah. Uh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm fading fast, and
It's all right.
I think I'm gonna call it a night here.
All
So
right, Alex.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you guys both and calling the rest of this race. And I hope whoever does it, but I just work has got me on
Yeah,
this.
we understand. It's been a very hectic night. Lots of
Yeah.
cautions, lots of racing, and lots of behind-the-scenes stuff going on around tonight and today. But anyway, we wish you best of luck. Have a great night's sleep, and good luck at work tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. All right. Have a good night.
Is that
Alexander, Nedd, and you?
No, it's all right. Josh Robinson going down Pier Road, the number 8 machine, in 18th place. Gonna get some 4 fresh tires and fuel as Zach's looking like, wow, excuse me. It's looking like it's gonna be just you and I here for the rest of these last 107 laps. And with the way these guys are going, yeah, it's kind of looking to be a bit of a long run. I don't think we're gonna be seeing too many caution flags unless you get a caution with like maybe a handful of laps to go. That may start triggering another set of cautions that could extend this race well past its projected distance of 367 miles. Laps.
I wish it was 367 miles. We might be done by now. But nope. Southern 500, of course, one of the long distance, full distance races here in the Elite Cup Series. Always special if you can win one of these. Such a challenge to run this full distance race as we see Matthew Weeks pressuring Scott Crump for the top spot here, and behind that David Tooker and Tyler Fody battling for third, but definitely all eyes on this battle for the lead at the moment between Matthew Weeks and Scott Crump. It looks like Scott's going to get a little bit of space here through 1 and 2. David Tooker in that third spot, Tyler Fody fourth, Justin Wadsworth battling for fifth with Garrison Hogan here.
Oh, contact
Hogan's
22.
in the wall.
That would a fall from grace, going from second, dropping down to fifth in a matter of seconds, and now a couple laps later, killing the outside wall, and it's gonna lose a couple more spots down to seventh right now, as he's probably struggling in the car right now, wondering when he can go down Pier Road. And it looks like with him, I'm sure the moment Pier Road is open for him, he's gonna dive in there and get those 4 fresh tires and fuel and try to finish off this run as best as he can. Kind of relax and take it easy. That being said, though, these cars are quite tough. The only weak part, of course, is on the wheels.
Oh, Scott Crump.
Yeah, Scott Crump. What happened there?
Not sure what happened to Scott Crump here, but he's lost a lot of ground. He's down to 6, and he's got to be in a... Well, he's able to get down in front of Garrison Hogan, so maybe that will help to stop the metaphorical bleeding. But R.C. Anderson with a huge run here, but he's kind of boxed in between Scott Crump and Garrison Hogan. Able to get around Garrison Hogan there.
Yeah, right now, Weeks, Tooker, Fody, Wadsworth, Massey, your top 5, and Wadsworth, of course, has the asterisk next to his name. That means he is not a full-time driver. Am I correct in that?
So, yes or no. The way the Cup Series works, it does have a charter system. It doesn't work exactly the same as the Cup Series, but basically the charter drivers are guaranteed they will make the field for all of the races in the Cup Series. You earn those through various means, typically by just being a high-performing open driver. The open drivers are the guys that don't have that guarantee. They sign up, especially early in the season. Some of these races, you can have 40, 50. For the Daytona 500, you can have sometimes 60 entries. And it's a battle to just make one of these Elite Cup Series events as an open driver. So those are the guys that are fighting to try and make the field each week. And certainly a run like this for a guy like Justin Wadsworth, if he's able to stay in this top 5 range, would be huge. Because charters open up as guys miss races. You have to, in order to maintain a charter, you have to start a certain number of races. And we see a little bit of a skirmish there. Nick Indelicato and Trey Holmes there, but it looks like they're staying straight. So But yeah, if you miss a certain number of races, you lose that charter, and then they look at the points and say, okay, well, who's our highest ranked open car? Okay, you get that charter now, and that's how it kind of stays, the system works. So for a guy like Justin Wadsworth, like I say, a good run here would be huge. When we get a few weeks down the road, maybe a charter opens up and he can get that safety net, so to speak.
Yeah, well said. I understand that. Now we have finally breaking through the triple digits into 98 laps remaining, lap 270. As there were a handful of laps ago, we were talking about how the top 5 was within a second of each other. Since then, we've seen a couple drivers hit the wall, get bad corners and exits, and now it's only your race leader Matthew Weeks and David Tooker, who I believe both of these drivers have had issues at some point in this race. I know for sure Tooker has, getting just staying within each other. 0.5 seconds behind your race leader Tooker is, and then it's another half of a second to Tyler Fody, who's running in 3rd place. After that, it starts to fall off pretty badly. Is taking a look, we only have 18 drivers on the lead lap. We have had some drivers go down pit road recently. It's going to affect the numbers out a bit, but the majority of the drivers out here fighting for their lives as Matthew Weeks and David Tooker and Tyler Fody out, really running some fast laps.
And this is, again, we're getting into that part of the race where with the long green flag run, what's your strategy as you look ahead? If we stay green, when do you want to pit to set yourself up for the end of the race? What's kind of your game plan? Do you want to run it dry and try to give yourself the freshest tires at the end of the race? Do you want to try and work that undercut? What is your plan? And of course, as we know, a caution could come out at any point during this. So how do you account for that in whatever game plan you put together?
That's something that's I've always struggled with. Most of it kind of being my fault, but the other parts really weren't. It's usually I plan for caution-free race. My strategy is don't have a caution come out, and of course what happens is the caution comes out, and then I'll go and I'll plan for a strategy where I expect the caution to come out, and I do my pit stop, and I stay out hoping for a caution, and sure enough, it does not happen. So it's usually whatever I'm doing, the opposite happens. It's tend to been my type of luck. So for me, I haven't really found myself in the good end of strategy run in really a long time.
Justin Wadsworth in 4th, Tyler Fody in 3rd. Looks like got a battle there just behind that. Oh, look at this hornet's nest we're coming up on here. You got some guys getting lapped, some guys who maybe have just pitted, obviously these leaders trying to work their way through. Oh man, that's a really tough place to catch Tate Lytle, who looks well off the pace. Oh man, what a hairy situation that is, but Tate's able to get down to the bottom here, and that should make it a little bit easier to work their way around him.
David Tooker had a bad lap recently. He lost a lot of time, and Fody was able to catch up to his back bumper. And it seems like now your race leader's struggling with lap traffic as he's trying to get past number 15, I believe. Number 15 is Chad Brackenfield. That's correct.
Yep.
So he lost some time, but now he's gone past. And Tooker and Fody now have to see how they're going to get past this wounded number 15. Beautiful throwback machine.
Beautiful throwback. Not a beautiful night for Chad Frankenfield tonight.
Oh, no blocking.
Yeah, a little dodgy there. A little dodgy there. As now David Tooker will work his way by. Justin Wadsworth might have got a piece of the wall there on corner entry. Now he's got R.C. Enerson to his inside. Whoa. Man, just really sketchy moments as now Justin Wadsworth will pull to the inside of Chad Frankenfield. We see a couple of guys coming down pit road here.
Yeah, Gerald Campbell, Justin Fortner, Justin Dewar. A couple drivers going down pit road. 2 wide going into turns 3 and 4. Number 15 and the 48.
Nick Massey, Garrison Hogan working their way around Chad Frankenfield here. I believe that was Nick and Delicato next in line.
Yeah, Nick and Delicato. And actually Trey Holmes.
Trey Holmes, excuse me. We got a line of blue and white cars all lined up nose to tail at the moment. Well, not literally nose to tail, but at least on the running order.
Wonder what was the most popular paint color back in the day, and I wonder if it was the most available and or cheapest paint color.
I can't rule out that theory. See Josh Adams there pulling down to the apron. I don't know if that was making his way to pit road, maybe. No, not on the backstretch, he's not.
Look at the rest of the leaders. Just pull up how long it's been since they've gone down pit road. Pit strategy information should be all here. I'm still not fully used to the regular producer's setup here, so I'm trying to make do. It's like sitting in a car, in a race car that doesn't have your seat fill in, so you're a little bit uncomfortable, but you're getting the hang of it. 73 laps. The top 3 have last been down pit road. Anderson with 60 laps. Wadsworth back to 73. So these guys, I know for sure they can go more than that. The question is, we have only 86 laps remaining. Do you pit early? Do you pit late? Because I don't think they can make it from here without pitting, or I don't think they can stay out the rest of the way.
Right, I'm sure they will have to pit at least one more time. It's just a matter of when you want to take that pit stop. Do you want to go ahead and get out in front with fresh tires now? Or I say out in front. The idea is if you pit now, after everybody cycles through, you will be out in front. But then you're going to be on the old tires while everybody will be chasing you down. So definitely a bit of a mind game at the moment as we see a battle for second shaping up between David Tooker and R.C. Enerson. Enerson to the inside, and he's got to have the spot. Jesse Racimus there also getting by. That's not for position. I'm not sure where Jesse is running at the moment.
Jesse Racimus?
Yes. Looks like he's at 21st at the moment, a couple of 3 laps down. Now we see Tyler Fody and David Tooker battling for third. Whoa, what happened to Tooker there?
Not quite sure, but the race leader Weeks is struggling. He just got passed by the 50 Anderson. He's real slow.
So now R.C. Enerson to the lead. Wow, it's all going on now.
I wonder if Anderson might be saving fuel, because that was a pretty significant just checkup, it seemed. I didn't even see any other drivers nearby. Taking a look, he's currently cruising in 5th gear at about 6,700 RPM. That's through the middle of the corners. And it looks like he's, I don't know, he may not be, he's not clutching it, but whatever happened, he's lost. Oh, I'm looking at R.C. Anderson.
Yeah, you're looking at RT on board.
I should have been looking at somebody else's.
The leader is not saving. I can
No,
promise
the
you
leader
that.
for sure is not saving Matthew Weeks down pit road. That's what I should have been looking for.
Here.
I'm trying to familiarize myself with these drivers and these cars, and I am familiar with quite a few amount of the drivers in here as I cover them in other leagues and races. However, I'm not used to the paint scheme in these cars, so I do apologize for some mix-ups here and there.
Hey, look, I'm familiar with these guys and with the throwbacks and stuff tonight. A lot of them I'm getting mixed up on, so understandable for you, for sure.
It's true, yeah.
So there's, let's see, that's David Tooker in the top part of your screen. Currently running 13th. One of the guys who has pitted during this green flag run. RC Enerson still leading the way as we see Matthew Weeks leave pit road in the bottom part of the 3Y TV multicam. Trey Holmes on pit road. Is that Ethan Burrell?
Yeah, it's
also
Ethan
on pit
Burrell.
road? Okay.
Pit stops are happening now. It's going to be trickling here and there a couple drivers. The majority of them it's been happening for a while now. But a lot of these drivers are now starting to get in. And now that we are at 78 laps remaining. And what do you see?
There was a car in the wall in the top picture there. I might have been Andrew Rucker. I'm not entirely sure.
At this point, I don't think there's a single car that has not hit that outside wall. At
Welcome
any
to Darlin.
point. Yeah.
Joshua Clark, we saw. I think at this point, I keep seeing him on the apron. We're showing him 22 laps. I think he's definitely one of those guys just trying to make laps for points at this stage. And it's now, it looks like, is that Nick Indelicato? Yes, Nick Indelicato.
Yeah, from third place.
Bringing the number 10 to pit road.
I'm going to look and see if there's any speeding penalties. I'm not seeing anything. As a matter of fact, the only black flag that's been giving out any time recently was about 11 laps ago when Andrew Rucker got a meatball flag. That's kind of been it. Nick Massey down pit road, second place driver.
Get another look at that SpongeBob pit road sign.
There it is. There's a bloated SpongeBob in a bathtub. You're all right.
So RC Enerson still out there, leading the way. Have to wonder how much longer he's got to fight the good fight before he also brings his car to pit road.
We're going to see what other action might be going on, if anybody else is going down pit road, but I'm not really seeing anything. Just Anderson, who has yet to go down pit road. It's actually been 294, 70 or so laps since he's been down pit road. He went down on lap 220. Scott Crump lap 268, and then Chris Wright in third place was down on lap 221. And after that, it's Jonathan Cutlip 276, Garrison Hogan 281, David Tooker 284. All these drivers have come in relatively fine and probably will not have to go in again unless a caution comes out. But these three drivers for sure have to pit, as we only have three drivers on the lead lap.
Looked like Tate Lytle either got loose or got a piece of the wall there as Justin Fortner was working his way by. Fortner running in the 8th spot at the moment.
Seeing what else, 5 drivers now in the lead lap as Cutlip as Hogan have gone around. Number 50 of Anderson get their laps back. See who might be the next to go down pit road, but I mean, really, it's just going to be these 3 guys. Everybody else is still kind of out of it, as Joshua Clark has gotten a meatball flag. As I think, oh, excuse me, I got that backwards. He just cleared his meatball flag.
Interesting. Justin Wadsworth, I believe we just saw out of the frame there in the top box, making a couple of moves. I think, yes, RC Enerson's now going to make his way to pit road. from
First
the
ride as
lead.
well.
So that,
That
should
should-
bring.
That
Yeah,
should give the
Scott
race
Crump.
lead to Scott Crump. What were we trying to say?
Nope, same thing. We were sharing the brain cell at the moment.
The later and later this goes, and the later and later at night this goes, our brain cell capacity starts diminishing until we have just the one singular brain cell.
Race car go Noom.
Yeah. If gap car.
If you do not go for a gap that exists, you are not a racing driver. If you go for a gap that doesn't exist, you're an ARCA driver.
And if you pass go, it's $200.
That's a different game.
Game of life.
That's also a different game.
Sorry.
We've reached that point of the night as we close in on lap 300, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Elite Racing Network. Ryan Scholl letting a few guys by here.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, why don't we go ahead and quickly talk about our sponsors for tonight. The sponsors who are sponsoring the series and sponsoring the race. And then after that, why don't you give a brief recap as kind of what's going on today, why I'm broadcasting today as opposed to your normal producer, just in case for those who showed up within the last hour or so who have not heard kind of what's been going on.
Absolutely. So we'll take a quick break here, or break. It's not break. You still got to hear me talk. Lap 300 here in the Decor Depot, Southern 500. Decor Depot sponsoring tonight's race. They are purveyors of fine vintage goods on Etsy since 2019. They're based in the foothills of the Pocono Mountains. Be sure to check them out. Of course, watching the JoinAPS.com Cup Series, Join APS offers a complete solution for all types of businesses that need to process credit card-related transactions. Their industry-specific solutions provide the best options for your business model. They have experienced client service representatives who understand what your processing needs are. A couple of our premier partners here in Elite, TA Services. For over 36 years, TA Services has been a trusted domestic and international full-service third-party logistics provider offering freight brokerage, managed transportation, warehousing, and fulfillment, and cross-border logistics services to shippers around the globe. TA Services moves what matters to you. Let the TA Services team make ship happen for you. Blue Egg Marketing, the marketing department for small businesses. They help businesses punch above their weight class. And lastly, Worldwide Technology Raceway is a motorsport racing facility in Madison, Illinois, just east of St. Louis. Located close to the Gateway Arch, it features a 1.25-mile oval that hosts the NASCAR Cup Series, NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, and the American Open Wheel Racing Series that we may or may not be able to discuss on this platform, as well as a 2-mile infield road course used by Speed Tour Trans Am, SCCA, and Porsche Club of America, a quarter-mile NHRA-sanctioned drag strip that hosts the annual, oh my gosh, NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series Midwest Nationals event, and the Kartplex, a state-of-the-art karting facility. The person who normally does these ad reads way better than me is Dave Huckleberry. He's normally your producer here on Wednesday nights here in the JoinAPS.com Cup Series. Right now, instead, we have Carlos Acosta here pushing the buttons. Carlos, normally you can see his work over on 3 Wide TV. He's pinch hitting tonight, so to speak. Dave dealing with a family matter. We wish him our thoughts and prayers as he's stepped away for the night to deal with that. And we appreciate Carlos for stepping in here and filling in, pinch hitting, coming off the bench, whatever metaphor you'd like, and so that we can bring you tonight's Southern 500 here on the Elite Racing Network.
Yeah, we got a recommendation, a request to go through the lap drivers and their paint schemes and see whatever throwbacks they may have. Which that's a good point. We only went through the lead lap drivers at the time, so now I'm going through while you were going through that. But it is a pleasure and a privilege to come in here and cover in the Elite Racing Network for the JoinAPS.com Cup Series, as I've unfortunately had to turn down covering this a couple years ago. Is just it couldn't fit my schedule, and it still probably also doesn't fit my schedule. So as fun as it is, if I ever do this again, I'll probably have to be in a pinch hitting role, which probably isn't really the best scenario. As we probably don't want any personal issues or family troubles to be the reason as to why I come in here and help you guys out.
Well, and we doggone it appreciate it. Appreciate you doing it. 307 laps into a 367 lap affair here at Darlington. The racing has both gotten quieter and a little bit more wild. So many different tire strategies. We watched Josh Clark going around, we'll watch Joshua Clark going around. There's Scott Crump. He's been in the fence a little bit, a couple of times tonight. But guys are really just, you're tired. Right? We started this race, what time? We started at 7:45, was it?
Yes.
So, guys have been at this now, and for all of you at home, may not realize this. These guys have been sitting in these rigs for, if the race started at 6:45, 7:45 Eastern, they were in their rigs at 6:45. They've been at this now for, approaching 4 hours. Many of them would have turned laps before in private sessions. So many of them have been in it for 4 hours. You're tired, your legs are falling asleep, feet are getting cold. We see Scott Crump losing it. Your arms physically, for those of you who have direct drives, your arms physically get tired. Your rear end, your rear end went to sleep an hour ago, and here you are. You're trying to wrestle this car around Darlington, and the tires are wore out. The track is slick. Guys are on different tire strategies. Everybody's going a different speed with their own agenda. It gets messy, and we've been seeing guys slide around and hit the fence and bounce off one another, and that's only going to get worse for the next 56 laps.
While we've got you here, Mark, I do want to ask if you might have some insight on this. I had noticed this while doing the ad reads, and of course the YouTube chat picking up on it as well. Tyler Fody was running near the front. Now we're seeing him a lap down in 17th. Was it a speeding up pit road during that green flag pit stop, or what exactly happened with the 40 car? Do you know?
I didn't hear anything on the in-race chat, so I don't really know.
I do know he did get a black flag when he went down pit road, and he cleared it. He was
so that's speeding
for about 55 seconds. Yeah.
So
safe to say
that's a speeding ticket. Yeah, that's a speeding ticket, and look, it stinks for Fody. It stinks for Fody to have that happen. If you get it going out, we can give you a drive-through. If you get it going in, though, you got to serve it. So,
right.
I'd like to cut you guys off for a second, as Scott Crump has gotten passed for the lead by Garrison Hogan there.
He has, and both of those two have had a colorful evening. I think Crump has been in the fence at least a half a dozen times. Garrison Hogan has at least one tally, has been involved in several other incidents. And it just goes to show you at this track, if you fix your stuff and you don't get too hard of a hit, the car's solid enough, it'll keep on trucking. Scott Crump was yelling at me 30 laps ago because he'd been in the fence over there. Now he's leading the race for second.
Well, did you put him in the fence?
I was not responsible for laying the banana peels that caused Scott Crump to get into the wall. It was one of those racing things. Him and the 11 kind of got racing side by side, and they got in each other's door a little bit, going off into one, and Crump hit the fence, and he was upset. Thought maybe a guy pushed him up there. It's just one of those deals. They got rubbing doors going down a straightaway. They went in a turn and one bounced one way and one bounced the other. It's how it goes. That's racing. You want to rub doors like that, you wind up in the fence. Those guys got a steering wheel, and both guys got a gas pedal and a brake, and you know, if they don't want to get off on one another, it's not on me to call it. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, as now we're going to see David Tooker try to work alongside Scott Crump for second here as they go off into turn number 1. David Tooker will take that spot.
And I think old Crump burned off his tires.
Well, also you have to remember, Scott Crump hit it 20 laps earlier than Hogan and Tooker did, so that's 20 laps of tire wear that the top 2 drivers now do not have.
Yeah, I mean he come in a little bit earlier because of that contact actually, you know, and it worked for a while. It got him at the lead, but now he's burned up his stuff, and you know, without a caution, he's going to be in some trouble. Do we still have one more pit stop here, fellas, or are we done?
I think that's it. No, because they were driving like 70, 80 laps, maybe even more at some point in the race. We only have 50 laps remaining, and they went down Pier Road about 20 laps ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're really and truly, you're looking at. I think really and truly you're looking at. You know, a situation where Crump's, you know, old Scott Crump, his goose might be cooked here on tires. That issue that he's fighting now is only going to get worse. You know, at first, Zach, you know this, it's a speed issue where you can kind of slow down but maintain control. What I've been seeing from these cars is after a certain point, you just don't have control anymore. You know, guys are complaining they just can't drive the cars. And that's kind of where Crump's going to be here in about 20, 30 laps. The last bit of this race without a caution for him is going to be a bad struggle.
That's always, you know, we were kind of talking about as it unfolded, Crump being one of the guys you mentioned pitted earlier in the cycle, maybe as soon as he got in that fuel window, especially with what he was already struggling with. It gives you the Superman's cape for a little bit, but now you kind of pay the price on the back end of it if we stay green. So
I did note that we've lost Alex. Hopefully there wasn't a Shakira concert for him to go to tonight. He had to make off for.
No.
Listen, those hips don't lie.
Touche. The Florida man is also a poet. We'll just make sure you don't hit the alligator when you're going into work tomorrow morning on your morning commute, all right?
Those alligators are essentially what kangaroos are to Australians.
You know, if you do see the alligator tomorrow on your way to work, though, can you stop and ask him if he's got my golf ball?
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, so he's probably, that alligator's got at least a half a dozen of my golf balls hidden somewhere. I need to get it back. Watching Garrison Hogan just kind of navigate the mile and a third here at Darlington. You know, he looks rather stable at this point. But have you guys noticed that at the end of these runs, these cars just become awfully tough to handle?
Oh, definitely. It creates some really interesting moments during that earlier green flag run, where you've got the guys who have the fresh tires and they're trying to pick their way back through this traffic, but you know, those guys on the older tires were doing everything they could to run one wide, right? And then you're asking them to pass a guy on older tires or with damage, but also let a guy by on fresher tires, and it definitely creates some hair-raising moments.
Well, and you mentioned damage. You know, you've got guys. You know, we've heard from some of these guys. They're running around. You know, wheels are offset. You know, they're burning up tires quicker than they should. Their car doesn't handle great to begin with. You get it out here now in a 50, 60 lap run. You know, to me, that's likely going to be the cause of the next caution.
On pit road? No, we've got Matthew Weeks and
Seth
Seth Ross on pit road.
I also like to point out that this is kind of what Brent Jones on the YouTube chat was saying, that this is on the time when the mental fatigue starts to kind of hit you and you start making those mental mistakes where you could see a driver who isn't really kind of like set up to do these kind of long races, and they'll they'll lose concentration, have a lapse in judgment or concentration, and they'll make a mistake and hit the wall, and then pretty much see a possible good finish go into a bad one just because of a lapse of concentration.
Oh, 110%. And Zach, you've done these too. I'm more of an open wheel guy, but we run on Thursday nights. We run all of our open wheel races to full distance, and mental fatigue is a huge deal. You know, that's something that you guys calling that race tomorrow, Zach, you can watch out for. You know, 600 kilometers at Charlotte. You absolutely bet in an IR18 that it's gonna be. There's going to be at least one accident where a guy just had that mental moment, and it is tough because you almost get like in a rhythm, so to speak. In any race car, you can't let yourself. It almost becomes hypnotic. Yeah, we do. Got Tooker going for, got David Tooker going for it. He's got the position. Hogan going to let him go. Johnny Cutlip, a very interested bystander, but still 5 seconds back. I still say we're going to continue to see comers and goers here. You know, the question is going to be. It looks to me as though you know, Matthew Weeks and that crew have. You know, here comes one of the Apollo cars. Is that
Wadsworth? Yes.
So we've got some guys that are choosing to split this final run into two, essentially. Correct?
That's what it looks like.
That's what it's starting to look like, which I'll be honest, kind of surprised me. But if that, we'll see how that plays out. I was getting ready to say R.C. Anderson's up to third now. He was one of the guys who stayed out really late on that last run, and now he's reaping the benefit of it. Very curious to see how that plays out over the next few laps, especially if we start seeing some more of these guys opt to go down pit road.
Yeah, and RC is one of those guys too. I mean, he's a pro, and we all know he's a pro. But one of the advantages, one of the things that separates a guy like RC Anderson from somebody like me or you is it's the little things that they do so much, that are magnified, that they do so much better. So let's say that RC can get around here with a degree or two less wheel input than Garrison Hogan. On a single lap run, Garrison's is match or better, or even over a short one. That that little bit less wheel input, that knowing how to go 1 or 2% more on the brakes with the bias turned just a little bit further back. Those things, when you put them into a long run, they add up, and they're almost like compound interest. So they might be the same over one lap, or pretty close to the same over 10 or 20. But I noticed this the last time I ran with RC at Gateway. Might be able to keep up with him or beat him for a while, but eventually all the little things that he does that are better than us add up, and he's able to drive off.
One of my favorite RC stories when I used to run into Cup Series here in Elite. You may remember, Mark, we had a race on the East layout at Suzuka, the same layout that NASCAR used when it went to Japan in 96 or in 97. And
I do recall that. I believe at one point I keyed the mic on race control and said, if you guys don't quit wrecking, I'm gonna throw myself out my window. Go ahead.
So I was feeling pretty good about myself being a road course amateur, and I qualified like 21st in that race. So I was feeling pretty frisky about how my night was going to go. And for what, I don't remember the circumstances, but RC ended up starting at the rear. I don't know if he didn't turn a lap or he had an EOL for something. I don't remember the specifics, but I remember going through the S's at Suzuka on lap 1, seeing somebody dive bomb me into like turn 5. And I'm about to like key up the mic and cuss out Chad or whatever, and then I realized, no, that was RC, who had already passed half the field and was working his way by me in 18th or whatever on the first lap. He's a different breed, man.
Yeah, they are, and it's all those little things, like a couple of years ago when one of the preliminary races leading up to the 500. I think I sat on a pole and Sage Karam was outside. And I jumped out and led the first 10 or 15 laps or whatever it was. And then slowly but surely, Sage reeled me in and passed me. And I asked him after the race, he said that, he told me that my line was 6 inches to the right of where it should have been. You know, and you're thinking, man, 6 inches at 200, you know, whatever it is.
Right.
And I'm going, how in the world does that make any difference? It's like, well, it's because you're 6 inches too high at the apex, and so you're having to use a little bit more wheel coming off, and you're taking just that little bit much more off your right front, so that hurts your entry later on in the run. And eventually, I was able to beat you. And those are the little things that I'm talking about that kind of play into those pro guys. They have those just little tiny edges, and in really long runs, those little tiny edges each other. The other thing is they're incredible on the brakes. I still don't see how RC brakes into some of the places that he does, but he does it. He passed me once at Long Beach, and I thought, man, he passed me in turn 1 at Long Beach for position. I was running like 7th or 8th at the time. It was a pit stop cycle or whatever, but I was on light fuel, and I was on light fuel, so I should have been able to brake deeper. And I broke what I thought was, you know, 30, 40 feet past what I normally would have. And he drove by me like I was tied to a post. Braking ability of those guys is incredible, especially when you take into account the precision at which they do it. Does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. You know, it's. I think you summed it up perfectly. How challenging it can be to compete, especially at a place like we're seeing here at Darlington. We see Garrison Hogan on pit road, but that, you know, it's those. I mean, you talk about how line sensitive something like those open wheel cars can be. Well, Darlington, that's the name of the game here, because if you're off by 6 inches, you're in the wall. So
yeah, and we're seeing that compound interest play dividends. RC's reeling in David Tooker slowly but surely. It was what, 5 seconds? Now it's down to 2.
Oh, caution might come out here. Caution is out.
We got a yellow. That's Hunter Smith and Tate Lytle in the fence. So I'm gonna have to go do my refereeing bit.
I see Tate Lytle has left the session. So
that may have been. Race control will definitely have some job to do here.
Yeah, that almost looked like an equipment malfunction out of Tate, because he just turned hard right. He just turned hard.
And he just reconnected.
Look
I
at
almost
that.
wonder.
Where's Tate?
So they're saying it. He's on the apron. I just heard in the voice chat. Tate tried to Alt F4, so he knew he had an issue and tried to bail before this happened, but just couldn't get out in time, is what it's starting to sound like from what I'm hearing on the driver's chat.
I wonder if it was like maybe like a black screen, or sorry, not black screen.
Exact.
Yeah, like a screen interruption you couldn't see.
Either that or a wheel disconnect, something along those lines had to be what happened there, I feel like.
Because he was still turning, he just wasn't turning enough. He was all the way down by the apron. It just looks to me like he drove it down to the apron, because.
So was he coming out of pit road, or
he was? Wait, he just left pit road too. There he is.
Oh my gosh!
What happened?
Because I mean, if that happened at full speed, he probably would just sailed into the wall, which would have sucked for him. But it would have been so catastrophic for, I mean, poor Hunter Smith here has no reason to think this is going to happen.
Everybody's going down pit road, by the way. But we're gonna take a look at this replay. Huh. Now I'm actually questioning if maybe he just didn't see the 54 was there and was just trying to merge back up on track. But I'm not going to say anything until we hear from it. Because that replay kind
Mark will be able to.
Yeah, on the replay, kind of looks like he was just merging back into the track and didn't see. Who was the one that he hit? Didn't see Hunter Smith, I think is what it was. But we'll see what race control determines. They'll have the information as to if there was an actual issue or not.
I mean, either way, guys.
Yeah, what's up?
Either way, it's a tally on the 56.
Oh, sure.
Either way, we're hoping it was some sort of a connection issue. That's what I tend to believe. You don't see Tate make those kind of mistakes.
Yeah.
Very often. Now, I will say this. You know, we were just talking about that mental and physical fatigue type thing. We're over 3.5 hours into this race, and it very well could have been that, you know, he came off a pit road there and, you know, had a lapse in judgment, mind wanders just a little bit. He didn't check mirror, didn't see Hunter coming, and boom. It's entirely
I've
possible.
done it before.
Yeah. You know, and you know, I've been asked before what it's like to do this. And I've told people, you know, just imagine, like, you know, what's it like to race at Indianapolis in an open wheel car? And the first thing I tell them is just go sit on your couch and stare straight ahead for 4 hours. Don't move. Don't get up to pee. You know, don't get up to use the bathroom. Don't get a book. Don't watch TV. Just stare straight ahead for 4 hours.
Josh Adams in the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, go on.
It's extremely fatiguing just to sit still for that long.
Yeah, I understand that. It's definitely it's a mental training that you do through these. Whether you train it outside of race conditions or you train it with every race that you do. Josh Adams on YouTube chat saying he believes that Alt-Type 4 was a DQ. I'm actually not familiar with the rules here, considering I'm coming in at last minute substitution. But if an Alt-Type 4 was done, would that be a DQ or another it's called a strike? Let's do.
No, I mean, you know, I don't know about the whole Alt-F4 thing. I do know that we're not going to consider equipment failure as a reason to not give a tally, but it stinks that happened. We go back to green here. The rolling wounded back for the last, I don't know. What do we got? We're at 340. We got 22 to go.
We have 22 to go. I have a ticker. I can cheat on that for you. We have 22 to go.
Back for the last 35 miles or so of the Southern 500. R.C. Anderson is all over. Even took her for the lead here, guys.
Yeah, with 21 laps to go, this is the time to go. You don't have to save your tires. You just have to ride as hard as you can for these next 20-odd laps. As the number 50, Anderson's going to be looking to get that position.
Yeah, if you noticed how RC kind of floated up to the wall there and then came back down, took her using the extreme bottom line all the way along that white line there, 3 and 4. It's going to use up his tires a lot quicker, at least the fronts. RC's going to be working her rears a lot harder, trying to use that high line. You see the run that RC Anderson gets coming down the straightaways. Eventually, I got to have a feeling that on equal tires to start out with, and not really having to save much, they're not going to go off that much in 20 laps. At least grip-wise, they're going to drop speed, but they're not going to feel awful. I gotta think RC's going to gobble him up here pretty quick.
Going to give him the outside line. I don't know if I would have done that.
Well, he's giving it to him. Go ahead, Zach.
I was about to say it's hard to make it stick on the outside, and I think that's what Tooker's
Oh.
betting on. Oh man.
Yeah, what's the line in the movie Days of Thunder? He doesn't have the stuff to pass me on the outside.
Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna say the stuff.
yeah, but he's making RC go the long
He
way. and
did
RC
it.
Gets him, yeah. So Cole, RC, Anderson, Trickle makes the move on the outside in the most treacherous turn. And Darlington takes the lead from David Tooker. Braxton Deweese had a wonderful seat for all that. He's moved up into the third place. He's putting the pressure on David Tooker now.
Yeah, and we saw Braxton Deweese get involved quite a numerous amount of incidents and actually lost a lot of time at one point due to getting involved in an accident that did not bring out a caution. So the fact that he's running third with a car that's definitely contending for a win here, especially if these first two drivers make a mistake, I gotta say Deweese is gonna be looking at this night with very mixed results, but overall happy at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be tickled pink if I was Braxton Deweese. I mean, he's one of those guys that's hit everything but the pace car out here, and he's making a move on David Tooker now for second in the Dan Marino, Bill Elliott teal and orange, Miami Dolphins colored number 19 machine. 13 machine rather. It would help if I could talk. I think I'm just as tired as they are.
Yeah, everybody
we're all
here
in
is
the same
tired.
boat here, man.
I still can't believe y'all couldn't keep Alex out of bed to watch this. This turned into a heck of a show with 15 to go.
Well, you talk about those Dan Marino, the Miami Dolphins colors running in third place. Maybe this will be the night Dan Marino finally wins the big one, huh?
That's right.
So Ethan Burrell just came on the radio, and God love Ethan to death. He came on the radio and he just said, I can't tell whether I'm way too tight or wrecking loose. I'll let you know in a minute.
The tap goes around!
Yeah. Oh no. Oh, that's gonna be trouble.
No caution though. What? How is that not a caution? No caution.
How did
So-
nobody hit him?
So the way the caution's working, and I feel like I kind of want to, I kind of feel like I need to qualify this. So we are under as race control. I threw the caution earlier because it was about to be a massive pileup. But ordinarily, Chad does not want race control to intervene, so it's all iRacing cautions.
No, I understand that.
Yeah, so Chad doesn't want to throw the cautions, but the reason it's not a caution is the way that iRacing interprets cautions is there's a box around the racetrack, okay? And if you are going a certain speed or below for a certain period of time, it'll trigger the caution. If you just loop it and get going again and there's no other cars near you, it won't trigger the caution. In that example, that car spun, he hit the fence. He probably didn't drop below the minimum to trigger the caution. That's why in some official races that don't have admins, you'll see guys do that and they'll park it on the racing surface to trigger a caution so they don't lose lap.
Yeah, I was wondering because that did seem pretty fast overall. So I can understand that. I know this is Darlington. iRacing is working on refreshing all of the old oval tracks. That's going to be the plan for next year or so. But this is still under the old system. Same thing with Homestead Miami. I do know that if you spin out off the racing surface, it doesn't matter. Like around over here on the apron, then the caution will never come out.
No, it's not. And that's why, like I said, and sometimes in an official race, you'll see guys do that and they'll pull back up onto where the racing surface is. Because we all know where that box is.
So we're over here.
See guys. Yeah, so you'll see guys pull back up there and stop, trigger a caution. Now you won't see that here, because if they did that, I would put him in the back.
Put him in the back and probably put him out of the race.
I'd put him in the back. It'd be a penalty for sure. You know, and probably some post race as well. And that's why, you know, the Elite Racing League is so good. You don't see guys do that. You'll see plenty of guys like me that can't drive hit the fence, but you're not going to see guys deliberately causing a caution or triggering a caution for an advantage.
Getting down to 8 laps to go here. RC Anderson finally getting a little bit of breathing room here on David Tooker as we close in on the end of the Decor Depot Southern 500. I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier, Mark. Those little things, man, they're starting to add up for RC Anderson.
Yeah, it's compound interest, and he's started to kind of pull away little by little, just inching out there. I gotta believe that those laps that David Tooker spent riding the low line there, all the way around, all the way through both these corners, took a lot out of those tires. He's starting to have to pay the piper. He's got Braxton DeWeese all over him for second now. Not only that, Nick Massey he's crawled up into the discussion in fourth.
Big Massey
Yeah,
with
So you got
another,
RC edge.
No, go on.
Sorry, you got RC edging away. The guys running second, third have messed around with each other long enough to let fourth place into the discussion. I don't think Ethan Burrell is anywhere near enough shape to get up to them. You're going to see. Here goes Braxton.
Yep, Braxton DeWeese up to second. 5 laps to go. I don't know if he's got enough time to do anything with that, but this is gonna be. We're gonna find out how quickly, or if he can close in. RC Anderson is now Nick Massey alongside David Tooker's battle for third.
Careful, boys.
Oh,
Well,
that's
they made it.
Yep. Now into turn 1.
See him hit that flat. It kind of upsets the car, shoots him up the hill. Tooker's going to get away with it this time, but I got to feel like those tires on the 19 are just toast at this point. Meanwhile, Braxton DeWeese has driven off into the sunset from this battle. We're going to see Nick Massey try the high side here. Now, RC has to be watching this in his mirror going, boys, if you crash.
Oh, that's definitely the last thing he wants to see right now with 3 laps to go.
Oh, well, he's got something he doesn't want to see.
As well. Oh, having to split right through the middle of the traffic, and now it's going to be Braxton DeWeese's problem. He's got to have to really be aggressive here to get around. I believe that's Hunter Smith.
And old Hunter, he's damaged up here. He's just trying to bring it home. Braxton, I think Braxton might have gained a little bit
Braxton
in that
picked up
Sure
3/10 on that lap.
Sure did. Come to 2 to go. He's gaining on it, fellas.
But now that they're back in clean air, can he close in that last half a second as we get ready, coming to 1 lap to go here in the Southern 500?
On my screen, Braxton DeWeese was. Well, you get a lapper coming up here. RC's going to have to be careful. You got 2 cars wrecking down on the bottom. No yellow.
Wrecking in the front. No caution. White flag is out.
Yeah, we've already taken the white, so there won't be a caution.
White Canadal apologizing on the radio. Braxton DeWeese is there. He is there, guys. He's going to run out of time. RC Anderson's going to bring it off at turns 3 and 4. He's going to come down the main straightaway. He's going to take the checkered flag in the Decor Southern 500. Braxton DeWeese almost got there. He's going to come up a quarter of a second short in second. Nick Massey third. David Tooker fourth. Ethan Burrell fifth. Scott Crump. It's everything to the pace car twice to finish sixth. Weeks, Cutlip, Hogan, and Indelicato round out the top 10.
Whew, what a marathon, guys.
Man, what a race.
You guys
We-
ain't
what-
kidding.
Yeah.
At the same time, now we got to interview these boys.
Sure do. 2 words or less, guys.
Did you enjoy your race, yes or no?
Will you be here next week, yes or no? All right, bye. Celebrating his victory here tonight, RC Anderson. Fantastic performance.
donuts on the front stretch for RC Enerson here at Darlington. As we pull up our, oh, faked me
Sure,
out.
I'm
No,
trying.
here we go. Look at the results here tonight for the 5th annual Decor Depot Southern 500. RC Enerson, Braxton DeWeese, Nick Massey, David Tooker, Ethan Burrell, your top 5. Scott Crump, Matthew Weeks, Jonathan Cutlip, Garrison Hogan, Nick and Delicato, 6th through 10th. I see we've got 3rd place in the waiting room, so we're going to go ahead and bring him up. Try to expedite this post-race process. We'll bring in Nick Massey, 3rd place finisher tonight. Nick, strong showing for you, ultimately a 3rd place run. Obviously a lot of strategies we saw at the end of the race, but then that late caution. What was your plan for the final third or so of that race, and what did you need there at the end?
Yeah, I was trying to do all the math in my head while driving, because that thing became a handful after 30 laps or so. It just started sliding around. But I was looking good on fuel there, actually. I think RC was, obviously way out in front. He had was probably gonna win the thing anyway if that went green. But yeah, I was right on the number, so I think I was gonna be good. Probably a solid P2, because I think everybody else was gonna be short. But yeah, just trying to take care of it and ride around out there, because it got pretty treacherous there after 30 laps or so.
Definitely treacherous. We saw that, a lot tonight. The car just, especially whether it was on cold tires on a restart or get older tires late in a run, it seemed like these cars were really a handful tonight. How tough is it to have to maintain that mental focus for 367 laps here with a car like that?
It's pretty tough, because it's kind of coming into tonight. I don't know what to expect, because I've only ran. I think this is only my 1st or 2nd race this season in the Cup Series. I kind of switched to part-time, but yeah, just coming into tonight, I didn't know if it was going to be expect cautions. We had 10 sets of tires, so kind of planning on when to take those and seeing how much the fall off is and trying to just stay out of trouble. I know these cars now are pretty resilient with the damage model. You can kind of get it all fixed if you have enough time, and pretty much back to new. But yeah, definitely tough, trying to just take care of the car and take care of everybody else too. I mean, it's a long race. Try to give and take out there and just have a shot at it at the end. That's all that matters.
Before we let you go, Nick, who do you have to thank for this podium finish tonight?
I just thank to Mountain Men Motorsports and Robert for having me for this one-off. Maybe we'll come back for a couple more this season. We'll see. Thanks to you guys for putting on the broadcast. I know it's kind of a last-minute get-together here, so I appreciate you guys hopping in here and doing it. I know it's a long one, and hopefully it was enjoyable for you guys. And yeah, thanks for Robert for putting the paint together too. Nice throwback to Casey Mears out here. And definitely congratulations to RC too for winning the crown jewel.
All right, thank you, Nick, and congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
So that was Nick Massey, 3rd place finisher. We will bring in Braxton DeWeese now, 2nd place finisher tonight. Braxton, what a night for you, the ups and downs, getting tangled up in some other misfortunes early in the race, bouncing back from that, and then right there at the end, I mean, you were hunting down RC Enerson. What was it like to go through all of that and come away with the 2nd place tonight?
It was stressful, to say the least. Everything that went on and all the damage I had there, and with everything that went on throughout the race. I like 3/4 throughout the race, I don't even think I was on the lead lap yet, or if I just got on it not too long ago. So it was a struggle the whole race, and just trying to claw back and fight back as much as I could. And I knew I had a fast car as long as it was clean, and I was just going to go ahead and fix all the damage that I could to see if I get a nice clean race car, and we did. So I was happy with it, and I was pretty quick there. I felt pretty confident coming in tonight. This is one of my favorite tracks, so I really like to try to do good here. It's a pretty hard track to run around, but it's pretty fun, to say the least. But I'm just glad that we could come home second, Um, it's hard to say you're disappointed, but when you see how quick you were there and you were catching them, it's like, oh, what could have been. But you know, just to look at what I went through and to be in that position running them down for the win is honestly pretty crazy just to think about. So I'm happy to be in second, and you know, it's gonna be a good points day.
Good points day for sure. You mentioned you knew you had a fast car once you got kind of cleaned up from the damage earlier on. As that race was playing out near the end, did you feel like you were going to be able to get back to RC, or were you kind of even surprised a little bit with how close you got at the end?
Well, I kind of short fueled it there when we pitted there. I didn't fill it up all the way. I kind of was hoping that it would tighten it up a little bit. And it actually worked out. I tried it at North Wilkesboro, and it loosened the car up a lot more, and that really didn't go in my favor. But he RC short fueled as well, so that kind of, we were kind of even on that part. But you know, it was just crazy there at the end. I still just can't believe that I was in there in second.
All right, Braxton, before we let you go, who do you have to thank for this runner-up finish tonight?
Definitely the main sponsor on the car of Hayden's Race Day Replicas. He just was going through cancer and just fought it, so and beat it. So you know, that's awesome to see and hear. And you know, I'm looking to support him more. And he's actually gonna have the main sponsor, the main scheme that I run throughout this year. He's gonna put that in a 124 scale and send that over to me. So that's pretty cool. He has users on Twitter and on Instagram of Hayden's Race Day Replicas. So go look at him over there. He's got some pretty cool replica looking race cars, and you know, I really like diecast, and seeing the extra detail that he puts into them compared to the ones that they just releases, you know, makes it a little bit better for the people that collect them. So go check them out and go support them a little bit. I also want to give a big shout out to Interstate Ford, Unrivaled Photography, Allen's Arts Images, Blaze Designs, Elite Performance Industries, Bennett's Publical, James on Main, and everybody else that supports the cargo around the track. And you know, hopefully we can, you know, try to get a win this year. If not, I would really like to just stay consistent and get top 10s and top 5s, and you know, go from there. So you know, I was kind of struggling with points, and tonight helps a little bit. And you know, I don't think we're going to be in the playoffs, but you know, we're a little bit closer, and you know, we need to keep fighting like we were tonight. So we'll move on next week.
Thank you, Braxton. Congrats on this second place run, that gorgeous Sherry Nadeau throwback tonight.
Thank you. Have a good one.
And so just... Oh, go ahead, Mark.
I was going to say, so that's Braxton Deweese. We've got the man of the hour, R.C. Anderson, winner of the Decor Southern 500. R.C., you said at one point in the race you didn't want to be here at midnight. Brother, you beat midnight by 11 minutes. Heck of a job. Tell us what those last 30 laps were like.
I think I got extremely lucky. I didn't turn the auto fuel thing off, so it short filled. It only put like a gallon in it, and that gave me the perfect amount of understeer in the car that it was just the most perfect setup ever. I mean, me and Braxton both had accidentally short filled, and I think that's why we had so much pace. It's just instead of the thing breaking loose like it had been, the thing was a little bit more towards the tight setup, a little more understeer, no looseness at all. So you're just able to push really, really hard. So I think I got a little bit lucky there.
Well, you know what? Sometimes luck pays off. We were talking about during the race how just the things that seem extremely little for you and for Sage and some of the other professionals that race with us tend to add up. Could you feel that tonight over long runs, how just a little bit of extra tire maybe that you were able to save with a little bit extra fuel over the long run meant that you were able to go faster, farther than some of your peers?
I mean, we were all talking about it in the Discord, and the one thing was like, so everybody's breaking loose on this setup. So I'm like purposely from out of the pits trying to burn the right front. Like, you just charge the corner a little bit much, add a bunch of steering, try to burn off some of that right front, so then the rear doesn't want to come around on you. So you did not necessarily saving tire. You're almost trying to destroy one of the tires, so then it doesn't get super loose. It was kind of a weird set to run tonight. But I mean, the biggest thing was I fell into my own strategy that nobody else was on completely by accident. I just pitted because I was like 15th, 16th place or something like that. Pitted, another yellow came out, and then we finally had a long green run, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can make it on one stop. I was like, I pitted for that last stop, and I was like, I'm 6 laps to the good, and nobody else is good on fuel. I was like, I just need to cruise. I could probably win by about a half a lap if I just don't hit anything. But that yellow scared me a bit.
Well, speaking of not hitting anything, I think you might be the only car on my list that didn't hit anything today. So kudos for that. Zach, do you have anything for our winner this evening?
No, I think you've done great with that, Mark. Before we let you go, RC, who do you have to thank for your winning this Crown Jewel event tonight?
Of course, you guys up here in the booth, you guys do an amazing job. It's kind of unbelievable. You look at like watching our broadcasts over again, and then you look at a real race broadcast, and it's really, really similar. I've had plenty of people like ask me, it's like, oh, are you in wherever we're racing at? It's like, nope, I'm sitting in the basement on a simulator because it just looks so real, and you guys do a fantastic job on the announcing portion. Pro Edge Racing, we have so much fun. I was like, we might not be the most functional as far as working on actual things on the track, but we have the most fun, I feel like. And that's the best part about it for me, is just we get to go have fun, and I get to do the thing I love to do, which is race. And then, of course, Chad, who runs all the leagues. He's dealing with all of us babies who complain about everything, and has to keep us all kind of agreeing with each other as much as we possibly can. And run, what is it, 5 leagues, about to add a 6th now? I think it's something like that with the IMSA stuff. So it's going to be a lot, and I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he fits everything in, but he does an awesome job at it, and I'm just going to keep coming back as much as I can.
Yeah, man. Well, it's always an honor to race with you. You gonna be at Gateway tomorrow?
I won't. I actually fly to Austin, Texas. I'm coaching somebody in the Radicals at Coda.
Good deal. We'll have some fun. We'll certainly have some fun tomorrow night, and we'll catch you whenever you come back, my friend.
Yeah, I'll see you guys for Monday Night Xfinity.
Absolutely, sir. RC Anderson, winner of the Decor Elite Racing League Southern 500. Zach, you have any final thoughts tonight?
Gosh. First, before we sign off, I have to again thank Carlos. Last minute, stepping in here again, thinking about Dave. Hope everything's going well with him. But yeah, thank you, Carlos, for joining us tonight and bringing over the 3 Wide TV brand here to the Elite Racing Network. What is this, a crossover episode? So, helped tremendously so that we could put on this one of these full distance Crown Jewel races here in the Elite Cup Series for everybody watching, and hopefully they enjoyed it, because we ended up getting a pretty good race there at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I echo that, Carlos. I appreciate working with you. You're always a top drawer guy. Echo Zach. We're thinking about Dave and his family tonight too, and for me being splitting time between the booth and the tower, I got to thank Casey Hatch. So we kind of tag teamed this one tonight. Casey was along because I had a commitment for my kids' school, and so he kind of watched the first 50 laps and stuck around, and so thank you so much to him. As always, thank you to my sponsors, Black Magic Designs, Raceverse, Velocity Online Racing Series and League. Those guys are all tremendous. Thanks to Chad for letting us do this, and it might not have been the most fun first 2/3, but the last 30 laps more than made up for it. Carlos?
I don't really have much left to say other than that I had to go to bed for work the next day. So it was a pleasure to be here. It's definitely a long race. I did agree to doing this before I realized how long of a race this was. Although I probably would have agreed to it anyway, because producers gotta back each other up. But yeah, hopefully, best of luck. And hopefully, I never have to broadcast for you guys in an emergency situation ever again.
Well, we definitely appreciate you doing it on this occasion, Mark. As always, thanks for joining us in the booth and offering your insight from the race control tower. I think we're all about ready to go to bed. So if there's one thing I've learned from Goody on Thursday nights, I believe the proper sign off for one of these 3Y TV deals is good night now.